Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen, namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mr. Esmond Ford, MP, member for Tunapuna, who has requested leave of absence for the period May 24th to June 3rd, 2024. The Honourable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, SC, MP, member for Siparia, and from Mr. Rushchan Pari, MP, member for Miaru, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted. Honourable members, please join me in recognizing Senator the Honourable Alvina Reynolds, President of the Senate of the Parliament of St. Lucia. Madam President is here also to attend the regional seminar jointly organized by the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago to be hosted in the upcoming week. Honourable members, please also join me in recognizing students of the History and Social Studies class of the Caribbean Union College Secondary School who are here with us in the public gallery to view today's proceedings of the House.
Papers.
Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, I would like to defer this till later in the proceedings, please.
So, honourable members, papers 1, 7, and 8 will be deferred to later in the proceedings. Might I therefore call on the Minister of Education?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay paper number 2, the Annual Administrative Report of the University of Trinidad and Tobago for the period 2021-22. Thank you.
The Minister of Sport and Community Development. Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Sport and Community Development, I have the honour to lay paper number 3, the Annual Administrative Report of the National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago, the NCC, for the fiscal year 2019 to 2020. Madam Speaker, may I continue? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Ministers of Trade and Industry, National Security, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Education and Finance. Paper number 4, the Annual Administrative Report of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the year ended September 30th, 2021. Paper number 5, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of National Security to the 6th report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity on a follow-up inquiry into the implementation of the recommendations on the 18th report, 11th Parliament, on an inquiry into the treatment of migrants with specific focus on the rights to education, employment, and protection from sexual exploitation. Paper number 6, the Ministerial Response of the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs to the 11th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, CAT, for the financial years 2014 to 2018. Paper number 9, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Education to the 7th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration on an examination of the state of the regulation and administration of public and private early childhood institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. Paper number 10, the Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Finance to the 2nd report of the Joint Select Committee on National Security on an inquiry into the safety, security, and protection of citizens with specific reference to the factors that contribute to the prevalence of illegal firearms and gun violence in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees, Prime Minister's questions.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm asking for these questions to be deferred. I'm asking for these questions to be deferred, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister is not here today.
Because I see clarification when my friend from Aruka Maloney says deferred. What does she mean by defer? Is it next sitting or later in the House today, Madam Speaker?
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it would be not later in the House today because the Prime Minister will not be here today.
I seek clarification. Is it then another to the next sitting that we'll be having Prime Minister's questions?
Leader of the House.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Yes, it would be to another sitting when we have Prime Minister's questions.
Madam Speaker, it cannot be to the next month, Madam Speaker. I'm asking, is it to the next sitting that we will have Prime Minister's question? Because this is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. We could do Prime Minister's question. We could have done Prime Minister's virtually, Madam Speaker. We have done it before, Madam Speaker. So I seek clarification. Is unacceptable.
Leader of the House.
I'm sure my friend knows that when we did Prime Minister's questions virtually, it was because of the illness of the Prime Minister at the time, and as a consequence of that, he did have permission to appear virtually. Madam Speaker, not to go into too much detail, but the Prime Minister has had a death in his family and he will not be at today's sitting, and consequently, it will be deferred to the next sitting when we have Prime Minister's questions. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, my friend asks if it would be to the end of the month. Madam Speaker, next Friday is a holiday. It would obviously be next month, which would be the second Friday, I assume, or the second sitting, but it will be when the Prime Minister is next available, when there is Prime Minister's questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I have been quite lucid, pellucid, and clear.
Please, Standing Order 24. This is a mockery of our standing order. and it is unacceptable, and we will not stand for that here.
Should have applied for the deed.
So, honorable members, So, when member for Diego Martin Northeast, member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, member for Couva South, I'm on my legs. Okay, so I think we've had a lot of back and forth with respect to this matter. It is quite clear that the Prime Minister is not present, and he's not going to be present today. There is an undertaking from the Leader of the House that, in spite of the circumstances, that on the next occasion of Prime Ministerial questions, that these questions present and the others to come will then be responded to. And I so rule. Let's move on.
Urgent questions.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, again I see clarification, because on this question I see it is to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister is not in the House.
Member, is it that you're not going to ask a question?
Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, I'm seeking clarification. Who must I ask this question to?
Member, I invite you. Can we have some order, please? I invite you to ask your question, or if not, we'll move on.
Madam Speaker, to the Prime Minister in his absence, given the recent reports of sexual abuse at the Couva Children's Home and Crisis Nursery, will the Prime Minister indicate when were these reports brought to the attention of the ministry?
To the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reports first came to the Office of the Prime Minister on May 13th, and on that same day, Madam Speaker, the matter was referred to the Child Protection Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
For Couva South.
Minister, taking into consideration what you have just revealed, could you inform this House if the victims of this incident have been removed from this home?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, the children involved in this matter were indeed removed by the Child Protection Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, as well as the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and they are receiving the necessary psychosocial support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, to the Minister. Minister, given the ongoing saga of children being abused in homes supported by the government and within the private sector and so on, and recently we heard that 10,000 reports of child abuse in the past 8 years. Could you inform this House when the government intends to appoint the Commissioner of Children's Home in Trinidad and Tobago?
Okay, so member, having regard to the question originally asked and the follow-up question, I will not allow that question.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. There is one question for oral response, and we will be answering that question. There are 3 questions for written response, and we will be answering 2 of the 3 questions. We're asking for a deferral of question number 69, a 2-week deferral. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But you're right.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you, Madam
Member for
Speaker.
Point of Period.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Oropouche East, question number 70 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the honourable member for the question posed. Madam Speaker, before I enter into the presentation of this question, I would like to offer condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Caesar Mohammed, and to also confirm and reaffirm to the travelling population that the Ministry of Works and Transport takes road user safety as its foremost importance via its Highways Division. That being said, Madam Speaker, the Ministry has developed and is currently implementing its medium barrier program to be executed over a 3-year period to remove all cable barriers and replace them with guardrails. Phase 1 of this program consists of 3 packages as follows. Package 1, the installation of W-type metal beam guards rails on the Uriah Butler Highway, Carney. The length of that will be 5.2 km, and the estimated completion date be September 2024. Package 2, installation of W-type metal beam guardrails, Solomon Hochoy Highway, Carney. The length 8.34 kilometers, estimated completion date September 2024. Package 3, installation of W-type metal beam guardrails, Solomon Hochoy Highway, Victoria West. The length of that will be 12.66 kilometers, estimated completion date October 2024. A total length for the first phase being 26.2 kilometers. The packages were advertised via open tender in order to ensure competitiveness and value for money. The section that is referred in that where the fatal accident occurred is in the foregoing. In accordance with the requirements of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, these projects are at present in the tender evaluation stage, and it is anticipated that it will commence in June of 2024. I thank you.
Member for Point of Period.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supplemental to the Minister, based on your response to all the different packages, and it relates to guardrails, are you saying to this country that you are doing away with cable barriers along the Uriah Butler Highway and replacing all cable barriers with guardrails?
Minister.
Thank you again, and thank you for the supplemental. The maintenance of cable barriers continues to pose a significant challenge to the Ministry. There are several areas where large sections of the barriers have been damaged by impacts, and it's viewed by the Ministry that the type of barrier are not the best solution. This was already stated in a previous question. So the Ministry has looked at the more sustainable initiative, which is by implementing the guardrails as of right now.
Member for Point of Period.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supplemental again to the Minister. Minister, based on what you just responded, do you know that the cable barrier, I'm asking, the question is that the cable barriers have a higher impact resistance on vehicle accidents than guardrails, and why you're doing away with the cable barriers throughout the highway?
So which question is it? I got 2.
Oh, sorry, man. The cable barriers have a higher impact, and why are you removing the cable barriers and replacing them with guardrails? Because of the higher impact resistance.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, the cable barriers, after we did the whole scenario and the evaluation of the process, the Ministry found that it will be a lot more efficient to be able to implement the guardrails, as it will ensure the maintenance of the safety for road connectivity and road users are totally kept at all times. So we have actually done a study, and it came back to us that the guardrails are the method to be used by the ministry.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when questions was asked in this House previously concerning the guardrails with respect to the accident with WPC Duncan
But
Thomas.
remember, you have 15 seconds to ask the question. Okay?
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. Thank you most kindly.
Can we have some order, please? You have 15 seconds to ask the question.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. When the Minister responded to a question posed to him at the Standing Finance Committee in 2022, he responded by saying it's a constant work in progress with these barriers and cables. This is a constant work. The ministry continues to look at them and have them repaired. Can the Minister advise us over the last year how much kilometers or meters of cable barriers was in fact repaired, taking into consideration that the Minister told us that it was being done on a phase basis?
I am really lost in the question to even allow it. So could you ask the question very succinctly so that the Minister will know what he's asking?
Sure. Can the Honourable Minister advise how many kilometers or meters of cable barriers were actually repaired either over the last year, 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years? Whatever is convenient to you.
Okay, so, member, having regard to the initial question, the supplemental questions, and the answers, that question is out of order. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on your last response, Minister, to my supplemental, are you saying that this country it is a cheaper option to use guardrails and cable barriers for the safety of our citizens on the highway?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I never said that. And yes, I do know. We did the evaluation.
Brian.
Statements by ministers.
Honourable members, I'd also ask that this be deferred to later in today's proceedings.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Honourable members, the debate on the following motion, which was adjourned on Friday, April 26, 2024, will be resumed. Be it resolved that this House call on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the healthcare system. The member for St. So I'm having real difficulty even hearing myself. The member for St. Augustine, who has 15 minutes of original speaking time remaining, also will have a further 15 minutes if she should wish to avail herself. So if it is, member, would you be availing yourself of this?
Yes.
So I'll give you 30 minutes. I'm not going to interrupt you.
Thank you very
Please
much,
proceed.
Madam. Madam Speaker, so many of our members on the opposite side, in seeking to defend the failing Minister of Health during this motion,
Not failing, fail.
have been trying to say, many of these things are acts of God, not failures of the public health system. Madam Speaker, I want to refer to a Hansard record on the 26th of January this year, where the Minister of Health indicated that our children is our greatest asset, and he was taking credit for the maternal mortality rate. He said he took personal responsibility because of his intervention and so on, that the infant mortality rate had been reduced. Madam Speaker, this thing goes both ways. Just as the minister took responsibility for decreasing the maternal mortality rate, he also has to take responsibility for the babies who died. But, Madam Speaker, before I go further, two things. I want to acknowledge our students in the public gallery today. And I'm always very delighted when I see young people taking an interest in what is taking place in the Parliament, so I welcome you. And secondly, a very long-serving member, Mr. Ronald Sawyerfat, who was the CEO of the Eastern Regional Health Authority, passed away. And I want to take this opportunity to express condolences to him and acknowledge his work in the public health sector in Trinidad and Tobago. And, Madam Speaker, I indicated that I will deal with the inadequate human capital in the public health, as well as the machinery issues that we have. Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization recommends 4 doctors, nurses, and midwives for every 1,000 patients in the population. 1,000 persons in the population of the country. Do you know that the Auditor General's report from June the 5th, 2023, stated that we in Trinidad and Tobago currently have 1 doctor, nurse, and midwife per 1,000 persons in Trinidad and Tobago. That is a clear indication that we are significantly undermanned and understaffed in our nation's hospital. And so we are unable to provide high-level patient care when compared to other countries around the world. The World Health Organization's observations on health systems and policies said that it was, hear this, futile to prioritize infrastructure and equipment if you do not have hospital staff to operate them. That is a clear failure of this government. That same Auditor General's report went on to say that out of approximately 17,682 healthcare positions in this country, 6,647, or 37% of them, were vacant at the end of 2021. Has any of the members opposite given an update in terms of what the government plans to do to fix this? Almost 40% of vacant positions in the public health sector. Not one of them had a recommendations in terms of filling the vacancies. And the highest number of vacancies across the regional health authorities is in the nursing profession. Building new hospitals, but no new jobs for unemployed young doctors and nurses. It is not taking us anywhere except further down a path of hopelessness and joblessness, and the blame lies at the feet of the Minister of Health. This government continues to fail our nurses. Even when a solution is presented to them, they are so incompetent they just destroy it. In 2013, Madam Speaker, then Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar opened the Academy of Nursing and Allied Health in El Dorado. This academy, Madam Speaker, was the country's first ever public facility dedicated exclusively to training nurses and those in the allied health areas in this country. And it had the capacity to train up to 2,500 nurses per year. And that would mean, of course, sustainable employment for qualified nurses, more nurses now in our understaffed hospitals, and better care at our hospitals. And you know what happened? The PNM shut it down, punishing our young people who are aspiring for careers in the health sector. And Madam Speaker, on top of that, the nurses who are already there are facing callous treatment from the government. There was an article in June of 2023 in The Guardian. Nursing students seek 13 million as program scrapped. So there was a nursing program, and it was advertised that after successful completion of the program, the graduates would have a 3-year contract with one of the regional health authorities. And there were 40 successful applicants, and they were instructed to resign from their jobs. Resign, because they were going to be paid a stipend. Lo and behold, halfway through, this government scrapped the program and, in essence, left these people in a state where they have now brought legal action against the government. The Auditor General's report made mention of disrespect meted out to the Trinidad and Tobago Nursing Authority during the COVID-19 pandemic. In that report, they said that the TTRNA was not included in any decisions concerning COVID. In other countries in the world, nurses and medical professionals had the input to make recommendations, to optimize the equipment, the systems, and the resources in the height of the panic. But you know, the government has also refused that same nursing association health insurance and hazard allowances during the pandemic. This was standard practice all over the world. I want to take the opportunity to salute the nurses, our nurses in Trinidad and Tobago. They did not just survive COVID, they survived COVID under the PNM government. And sadly, not all of them did. We lost some lives. And I take my thoughts and prayers are with the families of nurses who died because of that lack of care by this government to protect them. And Madam Speaker, the disregard for nurses, like so many other hardships brought into this country, didn't happen only during the COVID pandemic. The COVID really highlighted the shortcomings. There were over 3,400 nurses who worked under those conditions. And you know what? They are working on 2013 salaries negotiated and awarded under the government led by Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Can you believe that for more than 10 years, these nurses have not received an increase in salary? You have inflation, you have increased cost of living. How can you expect a nurse to attend to patients, to give them the best care in the world, when they don't even know where their next meal is coming from, how they're feeding their children, how they're going to pay their mortgage or rent, if they could send their children to school? Nurses are humans too, and they understand the effect and the demoralizing effect, the effect on their mental and emotional well-being of our nurses, who then in turn have to care for our patients. That is what the government has been subjecting our medical practitioners to. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General's special report also indicated that our nurses and doctors were burnt out. That is no surprise. You are overworking them, they're understaffed, and they are being forced to work extra hours to give up their vacation leave. And it was also mentioned that there was a lot of unpaid overtime, job insecurity, poor meals, lack of transportation, no childcare support, and very poor working conditions. $25.6 billion spent during this period under assessment by this government. Trinidad and Tobago taxpayers' dollars. COVID just exacerbated an already depressed health sector. And we thank God that the COVID pandemic is over. But what has changed? What have you learned? What have you taken from that report to help you improve the public health system going forward? Nothing. Failure after failure. Another issue that the public health sector is grappling with, Madam Speaker, is lack of medical equipment. When the opposition members say that patients cannot get certain simple tests, procedures, or treatments done, the government, you know what they do? They accuse us of telling untruths. They accuse us of being alarmists, and they call us unpatriotic. But the truth is also in the Auditor General's report, and every citizen in Trinidad and Tobago knows when you go to the health centers, when you go to the hospitals, what you face in there. It is a reflection of the failure and the decay because of government's incompetence. That Auditor General's special report also stated that they were concerned, and I quote, about our doctors' ability to diagnose patients presenting for care. So in a survey of about 319 healthcare workers, it was revealed that 65% of doctors stated that there was no adequate access to medical equipment that they needed to diagnose and then treat their patients. Representatives from the Health Association and private health institutions also expressed concern over delays in administering diagnostic treatment in the public healthcare facilities. As you know, doctors are bound by this non-disclosure agreement, so that is the closest that those doing the report could have gotten to confirmation that there is widespread negligence by the regional health authorities because of the failure of this government. In the years 2016 to 2021, $25.66 billion was budgeted to the Ministry of Health. Where has that money gone? Do citizens feel an improved sense of confidence that they will get good health care at our nation's hospitals? Madam Speaker, the answer is a resounding no. Patients still cannot get diagnostic tests. Simple procedures done. They are still sleeping on the floor waiting for care in emergency in hospitals. Madam Speaker, the waiting time for emergency treatment is still unacceptable. Our hospitals are lacking equipment according to the World Health Organization and the Auditor General, not the opposition, and it is for you to do your job. Madam Speaker, as representatives, we in the UNC, we work closely with the people in our constituency, and I will never forget, I had a constituent who lives in Spring Village who had a heart attack, went to the emergency at Mount Hope, and he had to wait for more than 48 hours. They put him to sit on a chair. He was so uncomfortable that he took his bag with his clothes and made a pillow and lie down on the floor. That is a reality that happens every day in our hospitals, and the government cannot deny it. Madam Speaker, when we are talking about quality health care, the government will tell us. They have a quality department of the Regional Health Authority, you know. So the Southwest Regional Health Authority, for instance, has this quality department where they receive complaints on conduct of doctors, nurses, administrative staff in the hospital, treatment, and so on. And the complaints are done on a form which is to be completed by the complainant, including the full name and contact of that person. So there are no anonymous complaints. For a person to go through this process of making a formal complaint, they must have, of course, credible and valid issues. These complaints, however, are not often given the attention they deserve. There is no response. There is no follow-up with the complainant. There is no feedback. So even though they have so many formal complaints, and then the minister comes to this chamber and in the media and claims that these issues don't exist. Simply amazing, amazing. The hospital equipment failure is leading to patients suffering. And we are making a call for action in this motion here today in Parliament. I want to touch on the urology, dialysis, and oncology units. Urology patients in San Fernando Hospital are facing prolonged suffering due to the breakdown of critical medical equipment there. This was published in an article on the 22nd of April, 2024. And one such case is that of a patient who had been enduring excruciating pain as a result of the hospital's failure to address the malfunctioning laser machine. The patient had a stent in her kidney and was scheduled for a very minor procedure to shatter the kidney stone on multiple occasions, only to have it cancelled a few times in a row. On one occasion, the machine stopped working halfway through her procedure. So the stones were left in her kidneys and they continued to increase in size and in mass. Her rescheduled appointments were postponed on numerous occasions, and she continued to be on the list. Anybody who goes to a hospital in Trinidad and Tobago know about the list. You're on the list waiting to get an ultrasound. You're on the list waiting to get kidney stone treatment. You're on the list waiting to get some test. You're on the list for surgery. There's always a list. The unfortunate series of events for this patient not only caused inconvenience, this is beyond inconvenience. This caused this woman to have a severe infection to the point where she became septic and she almost died. The symptoms of sepsis could vary, but it includes fever, sepsis. The symptoms of sepsis can vary, but it includes fever, increased heart rate, rapid breathing, confusion, and extreme discomfort. If left untreated, of course, sepsis can progress to severe sepsis or septic shock, which could be life-threatening. That is what our patients face, death under the current Minister of Health. The root of the problem lies not in the non-functioning of the hospital's laser machine, which is out of service for more than a year, but the government's failure to address that situation. Fix it, correct it, replace it. But what we have? No action. Medical professionals will tell you that prolonged time without treatment will allow kidney stones to grow in the patient's kidney and result in constant and unbearable pain. And shockingly, in spite of all these repeated complaints, the hospital administration has not been able to take any kind of action to rectify the situation. So patients who rely on the San Fernando General Hospital for essential medical care in urology are really left in limbo. And they are enduring a lot of needless suffering as a result of the shortcomings in terms of equipment failures. And today, I am calling on the Minister of Health to pay some attention to that urology department and ensure that they have the proper working equipment and the systems to ensure immediate attention and intervention to all the patients. There's an urgency, there's a need for accountability and transparency in addressing these things. Madam Speaker, I move now to information that came out during one of our previous debates and arising out of the Public Sector Investment Program 2023, which was laid in Parliament. And I want to raise the issue of external patient programs, specifically with the renal dialysis program. Madam Speaker, in 2010, when we had a Prime Minister who cared about citizens, and I want to mention today, May 24th, is actually the anniversary of the election of Kamla Persad-Bissessar as Prime Minister in 2010. Sign of things to come. And perhaps it is a sign of things to come. Madam Speaker, when we had a government that cared, when we had lists in the hospital for renal treatment, for dialysis, for tests and so on, the external patient program was developed where the government partnered with private organizations. But in 2016, $15 million was paid for dialysis service through the renal dialysis program of that external patient program. In 2022, the ministry paid $90 million for outstanding patients and for an estimated 1,115 patients in the current period. In the last budget, $160 million was approved for 1,187 patients. So you're watching the numbers, they're going up. And yet, because of untimely payments and mismanagement by the Minister of Health, a lot of these private institutions have threatened to withdraw their services now because payments are not being made in full or made on time. And we have budget after budget, last year, 2022, every year, vast sums, 90 million, 160 million, being approved by this Parliament of taxpayers' dollars and not being paid to these private institutions. Where the money gone? Where the money gone? Why does it take years to pay a provider? We can understand an administrative period to ensure, accountability and so on. But these institutions are providing life-saving procedures to assist with the government's backlog and the government's failure. $250 million over 2 years is an exorbitant amount. And how much debt can these private institutions shoulder in order to provide a service and to continue doing business with a big, bad pay client, the government? Madam Speaker, the Minister is on record, the Minister of Health is on record saying patients may not necessarily have to attend private facilities to be dialyzed. The public is now left wondering if the dialysis treatment facilities in our public health care institutions are at 100% capacity. And what we see in actuality is very, very different. In 2018, dialysis equipment was purchased for the East-West, the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex. In 2019, Point Fortin Hospital was moved from a 24-hour rotation. They were moved to a 24-hour rotation so that more patients could be dialyzed in the public sector. In 2020, 30 dialysis stations were procured for the Couva Hospital. Up to now, they're still claiming that the Couva Hospital is not a hospital. Up to now. And in 2022, 6 dialysis stations were procured for the Port of Spain General Hospital. The ministry is also asking for more funds to do more dialysis stations. And we, as we come out of the COVID pandemic and return to normalcy, we are still seeing huge bills to these private organizations. And you know why? In many cases, these dialysis units in the hospitals are not functional because of failure of equipment. So you still have a large number of patients going to the private hospitals. Madam Speaker, I move now to the National Oncology Center. We have seen that the issue of cancer patients being unable to acquire drugs and treatments on time. I myself have experienced tearful conversations with constituents. I remember a father calling me. His daughter is a cancer patient. And when he took her, he could not get that one tablet that she needed for cancer treatment. And he was afraid his daughter would die and leave his 2 young grandchildren motherless. And there are many patients like that. The National Oncology Center was an initiative of the government led by Kamla Prasad-Bissessa. And what has the PNM done? Destroyed it. In 2016, in the budget debate, now Minister of Health, the Honorable Terence Dayal Singh, stated that the National Oncology Center was carded to be completed. Okay. The public sector investment program stated that the sum of $200 million would be provided for the National Oncology Center, which would be located at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex. To date, what has been done? Has that center been completed? What is the new date? When you provide a solution for this government, even when you give them it on a silver platter, they throw it away. They don't know what to do. We had the Nursing Academy, same thing. We provide a solution, they discard it. We have the National Oncology Center, we provide a solution, they discard it. We have the Couva Children's Hospital, wonderful facility, you present it to them, they discard it. They don't know what to do. They are totally failing even when you present the solution to them on a silver platter. That National Oncology Center was supposed to transform the way cancer patients were treated in this country by assembling specialists, facilities, the right technology, and treatments all in the same place so that you would increase the patient's recovery, but also their peace of mind, rather than having to go to different places to source different types of treatment. And that center was supposed to serve as the country's main treatment facility for cancer. And you really want to have a sustainable, comprehensive, state-of-the-art institution to provide cancer care. Madam Speaker, that facility was supposed to have all the major and minor medical equipment, including linear accelerators, PET scans and CT scanners, and furniture and fixtures that are necessary and suitable to provide the treatment that would be needed. So it was also, very importantly, outfitted to accommodate teaching. So the vision of Kamla Prasad Bisessa's government, including the teaching accommodation at the National Oncology Center and the San Fernando Teaching Hospital, was to ensure that we will have sustainability in our medical sector, and that the government is just throwing away. Madam Speaker, and you know who feeling this? It's not any one of those government ministers. Who feels this is our ordinary citizens. And statistics show that there is an increase in cancer, incidence of cancer in our society, and in fact all over the world. Our cancer patients are feeling the brunt of this government's betrayal and abuse and incompetence. What we also have is a shortage of medication. And I gave the example of my constituent, but that is not an isolated incident. There are many instances when cancer patients go and for some reason they cannot get the medication. These medications are not available on CDAP. But CDAP is a whole other issue that highlights the failure of this government. But I wouldn't go into that now. Madam Speaker, what we have happening now in this country is that the state of the health sector constitutes a breach of Trinidad and Tobago's international obligations under the United Nations Conventions on the Right of a Child and the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This is not the UNC saying so. This is not the opposition saying so. This is reports that come out from the Auditor General and from these international organizations. Madam Speaker, I also want to go very quickly as I wrap up to the government's mishandling of the COVID pandemic. There was a member on the other side who said that the opposition has perfected the art of criticizing without acknowledging progress. We cannot forget the COVID-19 team. And I am happy that they mentioned the COVID-19. The member is referring to the minister and several of his senior doctors who are responsible for leading this country. Madam Speaker, I make no apologies that this Minister of Health and this government failed the country during the COVID pandemic. We are in a situation now where it is such a crisis that patients actually face death. We on this opposition, led by Kamla Prasad Bisessa, the Honourable Member for Siparia, will continue to highlight and expose the government's failure, and we will also continue to share with the public our recommendations in going forward to fix
Honourable
the problem.
Member, your time is now spent. Member for Digo Martin Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had intended not to spend too much time in my presentation today because this is now the third month that we have had to come here on this frivolous motion that is, no matter what the members opposite try to portray, is really an attack against the member for St. Joseph, the Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, there are a few things that I would like to clear up for the public record. The member for St. Augustine, as did her colleagues as they began, started, of course, by saying that this was not a personal attack, that this was not an attack on the member of the Minister of Health, the member for St. Joseph, and then, as did all her colleagues, one by one, each one of them launched into a vicious attack on the member for St. Joseph. And it is interesting because they would put at the member in his capacity as the Minister of Health the responsibility for every death, for every woe in the public service. And they know that that is simply not true, but of course, it assists the narrative that they would like to portray, not only.
Member, I know while it's a bit, difficult to keep saying honorable members, so sometimes I allow the pronoun. Just remember that it's honorable members or the member for whatever. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are a few things that as I said, I would like to clarify. The member for St. Augustine spoke about a shortage of medical professionals in this country and somehow wanted to portray that as a shortcoming of this government without acknowledging the fact that it is a global issue, that there is a shortage of medical professionals across the board in all facets of the medical field. Madam Speaker, if I could ask for your indulgence and to protect me from the harassment of the member for Naparima.
We understand the little banter and so being part of the culture of the chamber, but I just ask members to allow the debate. Any member who has not as yet spoken, of course, once they catch my eye, will have an opportunity to speak and certainly to rebut anything that the member, Digger Martin Central, puts on the hand side. Let's continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let me also welcome, Madam Speaker, our guests, both on the floor as well as our students who have joined us from the Caribbean Union College, and to assure them that there is still some hope for positive work to be done in this chamber, despite what they may see on show today from those opposite. Madam Speaker, I was speaking about the issue of a global shortage, and I want to draw your attention and the members opposite to an online article, the onlinenursing.duq.edu, which is an article from Duquesne University School of Nursing, which goes into great detail, and I will not go into all the details here, Madam Speaker, but goes into great detail about studies being done going back as far as 2009 and projecting to 2032 a shortage of doctors, of nurses, of midwives, of healthcare educators. And the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is that in these larger countries, they are also experiencing shortages, and very often our highly qualified, well-trained nurses do find opportunities abroad, and they go seeking those opportunities, and congratulations to them for that. Madam Speaker, it is interesting that the member also wanted to speak about there being no hiring of young doctors. And I refer to an article in the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian on the 21st of November 2011, written by Yvonne Webb. And the headline is SWRHA boss, critical issue at South Hospital, maternal deaths hurting. Madam Speaker, it is interesting that the chairman of the Southwest Health Authority at that time, the current member for Faizabad, has acknowledged that there is an unacceptable number of maternal deaths at the San Fernando General Hospital. Madam Speaker, in the article, it states that the member for Faizabad's comments followed claims by former head of the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology unit, Dr. Jehan Ali, that the maternal mortality rate was 80 in 100,000 and not 10 in 100,000, as the member in his previous capacity had quoted by a recent media interview. The issue came up during a question and answer session, and this question and answer session was at the first public meeting of the SWRA chair at the Naparima Bowl on the Thursday preceding the 21st of November 2011. Madam Speaker, Dr. Ali's position at that time was that the maternal mortality rate has gone up. Why is it you cannot solve this problem? Ali said when she left the unit in 2007, the maternal mortality rate had been reduced to 20 in 100,000 and the prenatal mortality rate to 20 per 1,000 births. What is it today? Today, of course, being that November 2011 date. The maternal mortality rate is 80 in 100,000 and not on par with developed countries, as fellow OBGYN Dr. Bodo, my apologies, Madam Speaker, the member for Faizabad, has said. He added. Madam Speaker, it is interesting that at that point, the article states Bodo did not contradict Ali's statement. The member for Faizabad in his previous capacity, Madam Speaker, it's a bit long-winded, so you will forgive me, Madam Speaker, but I am guided. So, Madam Speaker, it is easy to stand up there and throw numbers out. It is easy to cast aspersions and lay blame at the feet of those tasked with heading, whether it be RHAs or organizations or the Ministry of Health as a whole. Of course, it is easy. It is easy, of course, to do that if it fits your political narrative and your desire. But, Madam Speaker, I don't think that the member in his capacity at that time resigned. I don't think that there was an outcry blaming him for every single death of every single mother and every single child at that moment. Because the truth is as we have experienced while in our own tenure in government, there are times when these things happen. And it is more important to find out what has happened. It is more important to ensure that this never happens again. It is more important to put in the mitigating, to put in things to ensure that we mitigate any future occurrence than it is to launch into political attacks in order to gain political mileage. Madam Speaker, I said this in my last contribution in this House, and I say it again. This country deserves better. This country deserves more. We come here, and all we have to deal with for 3 months now is an attack on the member for St. Joseph. And Madam Speaker, I put it to you that this has nothing to do with the member in his capacity as the Minister of Health. This has all to do with him in his capacity as a member for St. Joseph and whatever aspirations those opposite have to that constituency in whatever future election they may be seeking. Madam Speaker, while those opposite may measure success in elections won, although they have not been able to do that for quite some time, we on this side measure success by governance and effective governance at that. So, Madam Speaker, why are we here? We are here because, Madam Speaker, my apologies. There is another thing that I wanted to address. It is it is not passing strange that the member then launched into the NOC and the National Oncology Center. Madam Speaker, for the record, the NOC, that National Oncology Center, started under the Patrick Manning administration, a PNM-led administration. It was embroiled in legal issues, and the architect went bankrupt. It then fell under the UNC during their time in government. It did not progress in any way whatsoever. And this government, after seeing more than $200 million having been spent on what was deemed a failed project, decided to do the responsible thing, pull the plug on the project and stop it. Madam Speaker, the member also, I see she has left the House, the member also went into a diatribe about, my apologies, Madam Speaker, a diatribe about the provision of cancer services, and in particular, cancer drugs. Madam Speaker, I draw your attention to a major release from the Northwest Regional Health Authority dated the 21st of March 2024. Madam Speaker, it's 4 pages long. I will not read all 4 pages. However, there are a few things that I would like to draw and put on the record. The Northwest, this I am quoting from the media release, Madam Speaker.
Just to advise Member for Diego Martin Central, you forewarned me that it's 4 pages. While you're allowed to quote extracts, it can't be substantial extracts.
It will not.
Okay.
It will not be, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The Northwest Regional Health Authority, NWRHA, strongly refutes these allegations being antiquated drugs, if any at all, due to shortages and lack of funding, and recognizes the significant impact accurate information plays in shaping public perception. Madam Speaker, if I could add to that, I would also like to state that there's a significant impact in shaping public perception by the dissemination of inaccurate information, which we see too much of in this House, particularly as it relates to healthcare. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago offers the majority of all needed cancer drugs free of charge within our public healthcare framework. We are one of the few regional countries offering these drugs at no cost to our citizens within our public healthcare system. The NWRHA, as part of its commitment to the digitalization of its operations, implemented a full-featured state-of-the-art hospital and electronic health record system at the Cancer Center of St. James, which includes the following: a comprehensive electronic record system, comprehensive inventory and pharmacy management, patient mobile app with featured patient interaction system, and a comprehensive analytics and visual dashboarding platform. I would have thought that the member for Naparima would have been thumping on his desk, as he is always regaling this House with the need for data-driven decisions. And right here we see that being implemented at the Northwest Regional Health Authority. Madam Speaker, the NWRHA flatly contradicted the statements made before the JSC about drug shortages and a lack of funding. These changes allowed them to track their daily basis of current stock and drugs by categories, the estimated demand for the month, estimating stock and drugs requisitioned, to effectively manage their inventory and order necessary drugs on a timely basis. And it also assisted them in dealing with the issue of expired drugs, which were previously valued in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and stands currently in the value of hundreds of dollars. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, under this Minister of Health, under this PNM government, we are also seeing LINAC at St. James, MRI services at St. James, as well as a new suite in San Fernando. And, Madam Speaker, maybe I should, as a member for St. Augustine, was happy to regale us with one of And I'm not saying that they are not failures within the system, but she was regaling us with one of those instances. Madam Speaker, if anyone goes into the medical records at the NWRHA, they will see my name as a patient at the Woodbrook Health Center. They will see my son's name as a patient at Mount Hope. They will see my mother's name as a cancer patient at the St. James Health Center. All of us having been brought up to know that if you need service, medical treatment in this country offers medical treatment of the highest standard to the citizens of this country. And I have always, for free, and I have always stressed to my children that the first stop is at our public health care systems. Madam Speaker, when my now deceased mother had been diagnosed with breast cancer, it was to St. James that she went. My interactions with the nurses there were quite good. I have nothing bad to say about my interactions with the doctors and nurses there. And the treatment that she got was of the highest quality. When my mother eventually left us, she left us on a bed in the Mount Hope Medical Center, being treated by nurses who not only looked after her, but also looked after the family as we gathered around her, with compassion, both them and the doctors, and care. Now, Madam Speaker, I am not saying that there is not work to be done. There is always work to be done. And there is nobody on this side that does not acknowledge that. What we are saying is that if we are to get it done, what we cannot do is besmirch these professionals, even as we start off our presentations with the hollow words of this is not an attack on medical professionals or the hard-working nurses, because the substance of your presentations says different. We cannot start off with hollow words saying this is not an attack on the Minister of Health, because the substance of your presentation says different. Madam Speaker, when my son, at I think maybe 8 or 9, suffered a vicious attack by a dog in the neighborhood, the pediatrician told us, the first thing that she told us was get that boy to Mount Hope now. Didn't say to get him to any of the private institutions. Get him to Mount Hope now. We did, and I am happy to say that after undergoing surgery, that he was able to return to his normal shenanigans as a 9-year-old. And I am forever grateful to the nurses, the doctors, the anesthesiologists in particular, who spoke to him as he was putting him under, because, of course, as a young boy, he was very worried. And, of course, his parents were even more so. So when we come here and we attack the public health sector as being failing, I am here to tell you, as someone who has used the public health sector for decades, has trusted it, trusted my children to it, has trusted my mother to it, I've trusted myself to it. It is not failing. Yes, it can be better. Yes, there are things that we can improve. But to come here for 3 months with a consistent and constant attack on it, we deserve better than that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the motion was moved by the member for Caroni East, who's a medical practitioner, a dentist. And where is it? The basis of his motion, that is your opinion, point up here. The basis of his motion to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the health sector. And in the recitals, he acknowledges the duty of the government. And I want to remind him that it is the duty of all governments, past and present, to provide safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare services to all citizens. But, Madam Speaker, you know, one of the most stressful jobs in this world are those, or the most stressful jobs in this world are those that involve high risk, involve high pressure, and high responsibility. And it is by that definition, I would expect that we could all agree, that a career in the medical field is defined by that, and is that. And it might also surprise him that listed amongst the top 10 jobs deemed to be the most stressful in the world are positions like ER nurses, surgeons, and anesthesiologists. And it is therefore given that persons employed in the medical field are, by the very nature of their profession, under stress. But I would like to ask him 3 questions, Madam Speaker, through you. First one is whether in his own private practice he has ever had to postpone a client's appointments for reasons that were either personal to himself or to the client. Has he ever had any of his patients wait longer for his services than they thought was necessary? And thirdly, Madam Speaker, I would ask him whether in his many years of practice he's ever had to prioritize one client over another due to the severity of the client's presenting problem. Madam Speaker, I think if that should also be posed to the members for Kamuto Manzanilla and for Faizabad as well. And I'm certain that the answer from all of them to those 3 questions would be undoubtedly yes. But it is in there that the level of hypocrisy that has pervaded the contributions from those opposite is so evident. Under those circumstances, Madam Speaker, I'm certain that the member did not go immediately out to hire additional persons for his practice or to recruit additional dental nurses or technicians. And I'm equally certain that he didn't immediately raise the salaries of his hardworking and stressed staff. But, Madam Speaker, multiply that most probable eventuality, multiply that by hundreds or even thousands, and you will get a picture of what the public health sector is like. It is a picture of nurses and medical professionals as part of a triage process, prioritizing one patient who comes in with severe chest pains and difficulty breathing over another patient who comes in with a laceration on their finger. It is a picture of nurses and medical professionals having to postpone a client's surgery because their blood pressure or their blood sugar is too high or their platelets are too low. Madam Speaker, it is a picture of registrars having to postpone a clinic because a patient just flatlined on the ward and they were called to assist in their recovery. Madam Speaker, there is a reality to public health care that we cannot avoid, and we have to acknowledge it, even as we say we must do everything to make it better. And it would go a long way if we had colleagues opposite who were willing to acknowledge that and utilize their time during their private motions to actually bring solutions to work with the government to make public health care better by a collaborative process, instead of utilizing their time not to the benefit of their own constituents or the patients in the healthcare system or the national public as a whole, but to just make rab and bacchanal and janjat and to point fingers and call out the member for St. Joseph because, quite frankly, they want his seat. Madam Speaker, I am not going to spend too much longer here. I think enough has been said on this, and I think that there needs to be, there's a lot more I could say, member, right? Although, anyway, Madam Speaker, my apologies, I will not be distracted by Barataria Sound. However, I do represent the constituency of Diego Martin Central, and I would like to spend some time speaking about the public health care service in my constituency. Madam Speaker, the Diego Martin Health Centre serves a catchment population of just over 50,000, just under 51,000 patients, and it was commissioned in early 2020 to facilitate the growing needs of the rapidly expanding population. The throughput figures for March 2024, just month before, include the following: a total of 4,785 persons receiving treatment of one kind or another, or just under 10% of the estimated population in the catchment area. These included visits to the chronic disease, antenatal, postnatal, child health and diabetes wellness clinics. 354 patients were able to access radiology services. 72 patients accessed dental services, and 1,645 were able to access pharmacy services. Madam Speaker, the Petty Valley Health Centre serves a smaller catchment area, a population of just over 17,000 persons, but whose performance, comparatively speaking, is on par with the Diego Martin facility. The throughput for March 2024 at that health centre included a total of 1,540 persons receiving treatment of one kind or another, or just under 9% of the estimated population in the catchment area. And these also included visits to the chronic disease, antenatal, postnatal, child health and diabetes wellness clinics, as well as 610 patients accessing pharmacy services. Madam Speaker, one of the successes, and this is something that I want to personally thank the minister, the member for St. Joseph for, one of the personal successes of that Petty Valley Health Centre is its approach.
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary speaking time. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation if you wish.
Yes.
And therefore, if you are going to utilize that, I'll let you proceed. You have 15 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke longer than I thought I was going to. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, that success of the Petty Valley Health Centre is to do with a lot of the activities centered around their wellness program and the Ministry of Health's approach to NCDs, which is a real problem, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but across the world. Madam Speaker, at the Petty Valley Health Centre, there are all manner of services when it comes to nutrition, dietary, screening, diabetes clinics, and the like. And Madam Speaker, this speaks to the ministry addressing the problem at the primary level before you have the issues that fill hospital beds. So when the member speaks about what is being done to improve medical services or to improve medical services in this country, this is a clear indication that the Ministry of Health understands what fills beds in hospitals, what takes up time for doctors and nurses in hospitals, and is addressing the issue before it becomes an issue. Madam Speaker, even in the services being offered are also mental health checks. And when we see these things being offered, it also speaks to a motion that was previously raised by the member of Chaguanas East, because it does speak to addressing another real issue that we have found post-COVID in this country. And in fact, not only in this country, it's a global issue as well. And that is teenage suicide, and particularly teenage suicide among young men. And so, Madam Speaker, we are seeing a ministry being led, policy-driven. We are seeing decisions being made, data-driven. We are seeing across, and I can speak to Diego Martin Central, I can speak to the way that we have interacted with, and I have interacted personally with medical services of the NWRHA and the NCRHA. And I can tell you that the evidence is there for all to see. And while, yes, we can work together to make this thing better, while, yes, we can work together focused on delivering quality health care, it does not start with an attack on the head of the ministry. It does not start there. What it starts with is an opposition that comes to say, this is a problem, and these are the solutions we put forward. Will you, as the government, meet us here and speak about these things? And Madam Speaker, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I think that the Minister of Health, if faced with colleagues across the floor who approached him like that, he would see it as us being on the same side and would gladly listen to what they had to say. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, as I joined this debate here this evening. And I want to take the opportunity to commend the presentations of all my colleagues on this side of the aisle who have spoken during the course of this debate. And I want to recommend it not only for reading, but for education and information to all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, because my colleague, the member for Caroni East, moved this motion in a very clinical way and in an eloquent manner that we have a responsibility to come again and again on Private Members' Day. But I will deal with Diego Martin Central in a couple of minutes, because we have guests in the chamber, Madam Speaker, and I want to assure our guests we have better to offer. We on this side have better to offer, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, I know he's very busy these days with persons such as Jaiwanti and Rohini and Indrani and so on. So I will not allow him to distract me. And Madam Speaker, the contributions not only of the mover, but the MPs for Faizabad, Komoto, Manzanilla, Oropuch East, Chaguanas East, Couva North, Superior, the leader of the opposition, and this afternoon, St. Augustine, have been very telling and revealing. The UNC in our powerful contributions, Madam Speaker, have left the government more or less. We have triaged them. We have diagnosed them this afternoon. And in the past days that this motion was debated. And the diagnosis is very clear, Madam Speaker. They are in the intensive care unit. They are comatose. Madam Speaker, they are indeed in the departure lounge. And that is why they cannot offer no credible solutions to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And you have a Minister of Communications coming here this evening and begging and pleading for the opposition's help.
But if he's standing, is this on a standing order, or is it that you're asking your friend to give way?
Madam Speaker, it is very clear that his contribution was pedestrian, lackluster. His constituents got no hope this evening. The country got no hope, and he is charged with responsibility for communicating on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Last week, I told them, a couple ministers during the debate on the ICC World Cup bill, that they would not have even brought water onto the cricket field. Well, I don't know what I would have done with him if I was the captain. He would not even have made, the honorable member would not even have made Aruka Maloney, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. The UNC can handle all and sundry internally and externally, Madam Speaker. And that is how we handle our business in the UNC. And come the 15th of June, the star executive of the United National Congress will govern the affairs of the party. And then you will talk to me. Then you will talk to me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have one party and one leader, and that is the Honorable Kamla Prasad-Bissessar, the member for Siparia. If you want any other answers, meet me on the outside.
So member, let's continue with the debate. I'm standing here on Standing Order 48-1. Okay, so let's get back to the debate.
At no point in time, Madam Speaker. And as I said, the UNC, through the contributions of all of my colleagues during the course of this debate, we have clearly demonstrated that we can return reliable health care and quality health care to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to immediately, because you see, we have to put this in the proper historical context, this debate, and why we have brought it here. Because when I do not like to refer to the manifesto, but I'm forced to, Madam Speaker, because in 2015, under healthcare and under Let's Do This Together, let me quote, Madam Speaker, the PNM's approach to healthcare is quite different. Rather than spending billions of dollars on white elephants, I want to reiterate, rather than spending billions on white elephants, our focus will be on using the substantial resources allocated to the healthcare sector to aggressively expand the training opportunities for our citizens in all areas of healthcare, including support staff in professions allied to medicine, particularly nurses, so that can deal with our shortage of medical personnel once and for all. That is in 2015, Madam Speaker. And then, when you turn page 44, I didn't want to walk with the whole manifesto, so I just come with one page, because that is, extra extraneous material in my bag, Madam Speaker. And a key feature of a modern healthcare facility, care system, is objective standards of care. Many of the complaints of our citizens using the public and private services relate to the standards of care and the accountability of medical professionals. And I want you to listen very carefully, Madam Speaker. The PNM will ensure thus that proper standards of care for the national healthcare system, public and private, are established, supported by the appropriate legislation, regulations, and guidelines to make them binding on all healthcare practitioners and institutions, to improve service delivery and accountability, and to protect the public's interests. This was promised not by the UNC, this was promised by the People's National Movement since 2015, Madam Speaker. We are in 2024, and in 2024, you have a Minister of Communications, the member for Dagumartin Central, telling this August chamber that this motion that we have come here to debate on the fourth time under Private Members' Day is frivolous. Imagine a motion on healthcare, they deem it to be frivolous, and saw this as an attack on the Minister of Health. Apparently, the minister really have a problem with communicating, because if he read the motion says, whereas it is the duty of the government, it is the duty of the government to provide safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare services for all citizens. It did not refer simply or solely to the Minister of Health. It is the responsibility of your party, that is the government of Trinidad and Tobago. It is the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And you have this Minister of Communication saying that it is a vicious attack on the Minister of Health. This is the opposition bringing into bear and making the government account, bring to bear. And if you don't understand what politics is about, I will tell you, politics is a substitute for war. And when war is declared, we have a responsibility to fight back. You have declared war on the citizens of this country for the last 9 years, and it is the opposition fighting back on behalf of the citizens of the country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the voiceless who go, the people who don't have a voice, when they go to the health centers and the public health, the general hospitals and so on, and they have to deal with the woes and the challenges, they find their voices in the members of the opposition, Madam Speaker. And then, you know, the member for Dagumartin Central speaks about a global shortage of medical professionals and so on. Madam Speaker, that may be factual. And he went and he quoted from some document and so on. But when the population of Trinidad and Tobago votes for a government, it is not to be told every day and every time they stand to speak in the parliament that this is a global problem. If the electorate wanted, the electorate voted you not to solve global problems. The electorate elected you to vote to solve the problems of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And if you cannot solve the problems of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, then pack up and surrender in the form that is in keeping with the highest democratic traditions of the country. Call the election and let the people decide who they want to govern Trinidad and Tobago in the context of providing quality health care for all the citizens of the country, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, then he went on to speak about a national oncology center. And what he did, what the member did, during his presentation, and he stated that the National Oncology Center was started by the government of Patrick Manning, Prime Minister Patrick Manning, and the government. $200 million was spent, and so on, and then the government did the most responsible thing and pulled the plug on the project. Probably, if he was so advised, he could have provided us with an update through his ministerial colleague, Madam Speaker, because I'm sure that all cancer patients, they want to know, they want to understand, because we have been told by the Minister, I think, of Health, that the oncology center is coming through the Augustus Long Hospital. And, Madam Speaker, we have established that the project has been abandoned. You had your turn, Madam Speaker. And as I said, we have been told that it is coming through the Augustus Long Hospital. But did they take into consideration, Madam Speaker, that when this center was being established at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, it was so done so that patients would have easy access to the main hospital, all specialists would have been easily accessible, and the main X-ray department and so on would have served as a backup. And Madam Speaker, the Minister of Communication was in no man's land as it relates to this project, because again, we were told that a July opening is on the horizon for this project, for this facility. I am told, I am reliably informed, that work is at a standstill, and will the opening date not be met because the mixing cabinet for the chemotherapy drugs has not been procured, Madam Speaker. And I think that that is important in the context of where we are, Madam Speaker, to be answered by the government during the course of this debate, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I continue with my presentation as it relates to this particular debate, you see, it is important because, as I said, I have recommended the contributions of all my colleagues, not only for reading, but for information, because they mislead the population in a very brazen manner. They conduct themselves with the highest degree of propaganda and misinformation to the people. And during the course of this debate, there were contributions from members of the government that presented a sense of worry and concern for me. Because, Madam Speaker, I want to spend a few moments on the issue of neonatal mortality and maternal mortality rates. In his response to my colleague from Caroni East who moved this motion, the Honourable Member for St. Joseph took full and personal credit for what he would have the country believe was a miraculous improvement in maternity care in Trinidad and Tobago. So let me put the facts on the record, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I have a table that I took from the UNICEF website, so if they want to challenge the statistics and so on, or the veracity of the source, I am providing that to you. And Madam Speaker, when I would want to read some statistics on neonatal mortality and highlight the trend prior to 2010 and note the improvements over 2010 to 2015 under the People's Partnership Government led by the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar at that point in time. And in terms of the deaths per 1,000 live births in 2007, it was 15.608. In 2008, it was 15.166. In 2009, it was 14.694. In 2010, it was 14.22. In 2011, it was 13.821. In 2012, 13.403. In 2013, 12.996. In 2014, 12.582. And in 2015, 12.228, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it is very clear that there were improvements between 2010 to 2015, and I want to emphasize that we left a platform for the Minister of Health and his government to follow through on. And, Madam Speaker, like everything else this government touches, the minister managed to reverse all the gains made over these years in this area, as evidenced by the tragic deaths of some 20 babies at the neonatal intensive care unit at the Port of Spain General Hospital. And, Madam Speaker, on the last occasion in which this motion was debated in this House, the member for Lupino Bonner allowed himself to be chained up by, I do not know which member on his side, and he got himself tangled in a web, if I should use that phrase, when he attempted to focus on maternal mortality and maternal mortality rates. The member for Lupino Bonner, against his better judgment, rushed to criticize the performance of my colleague, the member for Faizabad, when he was the chairman of the Southwest Regional Health Authority. And, Madam Speaker, that is like chalk and cheese in terms of comparison. And we on this side are proud of our achievements in reducing maternal mortality rates during our time in office. And what are the facts, Madam Speaker? The facts are, and if you will allow me, Madam Speaker, to refer to a table that I have in my possession again. It is a table entitled Maternal Mortality per 1,000 live births in Trinidad and Tobago between the years 2000 and 2020. And again, the source is the UNICEF website. And prior to 2010, in terms of maternal mortality per 100,000 live births in Trinidad and Tobago, in 2006, it was 56. In 2007, it was 54. 2008, 54. 2009, 45. 2010, 47. 2011, 44. 2012, 41. 2013, 37. 2014, 35. 2015, 31. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it is very clear that under the government of Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar, we on this side are proud of our achievements. And the member for Lupino Bonner West stated in reference to a newspaper article that in 2011, my colleague, the member for Faizabad, expressed concern about maternal deaths, Madam Speaker. The member for Faizabad had good reason for his concern. He inherited an untenable situation from the then PNM administration, but when we inherited the problem, on the instruction of the then Prime Minister, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, we did something about it. An investigation into the state of maternity services, Madam Speaker, and I have the report in my hand. I would not display it because I always am guided with your rulings, Madam Speaker. And it is a report of the Maternity Services Review Committee of Trinidad and Tobago, done by the Ministry of Health in May of 2013, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health cannot deny this, and professionals from various sectors were involved, and solid recommendations were presented. Indeed, this very report created the Director of Women's Health, now overseeing maternal and child health care, which the member for St. Joseph frequently boasts about. Yes. It is the work that the then government did, Madam Speaker, and at the end of the day, and I want to quote from the answer that the Minister of Health, during his contribution, spoke, and I quote him: one, putting people first and nurturing our greatest asset. Our greatest asset is children, is our children. Under my 10 years Minister of Health, maternal mortality rates and infant mortality rates have dropped. And this was before the Directorate of Women's Health was appointed in 2017. I took personal responsibility to save our women who were dying at the rate of 1 a month. I took personal responsibility to save our children in our hospitals, and because of my direct intervention, which started to bear fruit in the middle of 2016, 8 months after I was appointed, 1 year before Dr. Surju Singh was appointed, there was a positive turnaround, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will now ask the Minister equally whether he will take the blame for the fiasco at the neonatal intensive care unit at the Port of Spain General Hospital. Madam Speaker, I am reliably informed that a mother died in childbirth in January of this year at the Mount Hope Maternity Hospital. Madam Speaker, based on information that came in my mailbox, I am also reliably informed that a second mother died in childbirth at the Mount Hope Maternity Hospital in April a few weeks ago. Wow. Nothing was reported in the media, Madam Speaker. Not a word from the Minister of Health, but he continues to try to speak from across the floor. Speak to the population of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, or shut your mouth.
Member, I know you might feel very passionate about this topic, but I don't think that's parliamentary at all. So could you kindly just stand up and withdraw it? And I know you always try to comply with the rulings, so let's keep on that track. Please withdraw that statement.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw, but I will not withdraw my passion.
Thank you. But remember, when you withdraw, it's unconditional. No one is talking about your passion. One is talking about your words. Please continue.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker, unconditionally. So, Madam Speaker, you see, this is not about propaganda. This is not about nice words and conning the population and so on. This is about the reality.
Nice words. I think I heard a word there that Members, members, I'm on my legs. There's a word I think you used that is unparliamentary. Please, withdraw it. Don't say it, just withdraw it. Right?
It's
Good.
not about deceiving the population of Trinidad and Tobago.
Even that, I'm sure you could do better than that. Okay? Please withdraw that. Find a nicer word.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not about misleading the population of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it is very clear that the delivery of quality health care has collapsed under this government over the last 9 years. It is very, very clear, Madam Speaker, because on the 7th of March 2019, Madam Speaker, one Michelle Dimely Davis sent a letter to the editor. On the 7th of March 2019, it was published in the Newsday. And I want to quote from the said letter: "Why, as a country, are we not utilizing a proactive approach in identifying the recurring failures in the healthcare system and putting in place to avoid failure? Instead, we continue to hear of nightmares of citizens waiting hours or days for a bed, while personnel stand by without a solution in sight. Citizens continue to die due to neglect, and the authorities continue to cover up the root cause of these deaths as families are left with unresolved concerns and questions. Our healthcare system continues to be plagued by failure after failure, and yet we are not implementing new systems to protect the patient. A friend recently watched her mother suffer strokes while hospital staff were not equipped to handle the emergency. The hospital had waited hours to tell my friend the required machinery was not working and that her mother would need to be taken to a private doctor. By then, her mother had suffered so much that less than 24 hours passed later, she passed away. Please tell me who is negligent: a woman, a mother, a grandmother, a sister, an aunt is dead. How many more people must suffer and die, Madam Speaker? And Madam Speaker, that is the reality. That was in 2019. We are in 2024, Madam Speaker, and what has changed? Nothing has changed, and that is what has forced the opposition to bring this motion. We are concerned about the woes. We are concerned about the suffering, the pain, the agony, the trauma of all of our constituents who visit our offices from time to time, Madam Speaker. And I can report to you, Madam Speaker, that my office is located opposite the Couva District Health Facility. It is a stone's throw away, Madam Speaker, and constituents from the constituency and outside of the constituency come because they go to the Couva District Health Facility.
Honourable Member, your original time is now spent. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation if you wish. Yes? You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to listen to their agony, their pain. I have to wipe away their tears at times because of their frustration over the public health care system, Madam Speaker. And just about 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I had to attend the wake of a UNC stalwart in my home community by the name of Mr. Indal Siharak. We all know him as Mr. Lapai, a great man, a great soldier of the United National Congress, a great soldier of the people, a great soldier of the voiceless on the airwaves of Trinidad and Tobago, who highlighted the shortcomings of the public healthcare system in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, During that week, members of a family approached me and they virtually broke down in tears. You know what they told me, Madam Speaker? Someone near and dear to them has been hospitalized at the Hibiscus ward of the Mount Hope Medical Sciences Complex for the last 2 months. And you know what was their pain and agony? Mother's Day was approaching, Madam Speaker, and they could not be told when their loved one was being provided with a specific date for open heart surgery. That person was inside Mount Hope for 2 months, not getting a specific date. 3 arteries were clogged totally, Madam Speaker. Imagine the sheer frustration. And when I did my research, information came to me again in my mailbox, which indicated that over 11 persons are waiting on a date for open heart surgery. And I am forced to ask the question to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance, who is not here. He is a former Minister of Health. Is the government financially broke? Is the government unable to pay the service provider Caribbean Heart Care to provide open heart surgeries in a timely manner and end the frustration, the agony, pain, and suffering that persons are relying upon the government for the supply or provision of what we would call reliable health care, Madam Speaker? They must answer that question, Madam Speaker. And of course, Madam Speaker, I will move very quickly to their continued promises and their continued propaganda, because, Madam Speaker, during the budget of 2022, the Minister of Finance, and I quote, promised, "I have also advised that several nurses in the regional health authorities are employed on temporary contracts. As a result, I have instructed the Chief Personnel Officer to investigate this situation and its implications for pension arrangements and recommend solutions to ensure that the employment contracts of these nurses are regularized. I expect that this exercise will be completed by the end of December 2021. Madam Speaker, the issue of pensionable service for daily rated employees has been long outstanding. To resolve this situation and put the service of these daily rated workers on a pensionable basis, I propose to finalize the arrangement for daily rated pension plan in 2022. Expressions of interest for suitable consultants to implement this plan have already been received, evaluated, and a request for proposal will be issued shortly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the truth be told, because you see, healthcare cannot be advanced in this country because at the end of the day, healthcare workers continue to suffer physical and mental stress and pain. But then again, in the Parliament and outside of the Parliament, they will stand and boast and engage in their rhetoric and indicate that they have solved the problems of all medical workers in Trinidad and Tobago. And this must not only be confined to nurses, but it must be seen in the context of escorts and attendance on the wards and so on, and the administrative professionals, Madam Speaker, in the public healthcare system. And I do not know if the Minister of Labour can stand and join this debate and add value to tell the public healthcare workers in the country that they have disposed of all and sundry as it relates to outstanding negotiations for healthcare workers, whether they are in the medical field or the administrative sector in relation to the delivery of healthcare in this country, Madam Speaker. 2014, to 17 is outstanding. 2018 to 2020 is outstanding, Madam Speaker. 2021 to 2023 is outstanding in terms of the collective bargaining period, Madam Speaker. Where is the pension plan that was promised to nurses who were working from a temporary basis over the last 10 years? Have they been regularized, Madam Speaker? And the Trinidad and Tobago Medical Association in October 2023 called on Minister Dialsingh to focus on human resources. And I quote from a Trinidad Guardian article dated the 27th of October 2023, we need qualified and trained healthcare professionals who will endeavor their best every day to care for the patients in their charge. But care is often thwarted by insufficient bed space, inadequate theater time resulting in long surgical waiting lists, and lack of healthcare support services like physiotherapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy for both pediatric and adult patients, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not the UNC. This is the Trinidad and Tobago Medical Association advising the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I also want to ask the government, because apparently they are not aware of Auditor General's report that was done and laid in this Parliament on the 5th of June 2023, a special report which was entitled Contributing Towards a Strong and Resilient National Public Health System 2016 to 2021, Madam Speaker. It spoke to inadequate human capital, Madam Speaker. And when I say we have a ratio of 1 doctor, a nurse and midwife per 1,000 persons. The World Health Organization benchmark is 4 doctors and nurses and midwives per 1,000. And out of the data that was presented, Madam Speaker, it came to the conclusion that there were 17,682 healthcare positions. 6,647 of them were vacant at the end of 2021, Madam Speaker. And we are forced to ask the government, have they addressed the nursing shortage in this country, Madam Speaker? And at the end of the day, in addition to that, we must not only look at the provision of healthcare in terms of what is provided in the hospitals, we must also look in the context of outside of the hospitals, Madam Speaker, because the World Health Organization is encouraging governments to focus on primary health care. And primary health care takes into consideration what is happening at your district health centers. And your district health centers needs personnel, needs nurses to go into homes and do an assessment of why patients are not returning, or are they following up with their medications, are they following up with their visits and so on, and find out the reasons that they are not going back to these clinics and so on, and also to assess the state of and mental health of potential mothers, pregnant women, the environment, the home environment. Is the Ministry of Health and the government recruiting enough what we might call mental health officers and district health nurses that are needed to tackle and give the appropriate advice as it relates to primary health care in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, this government has failed the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to assure them, because There are many other issues that we can put on the record as it relates to how they continue to meet and treat with workers in the healthcare services of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Another worrying issue, they continue because of their inaction, their procrastination, their lack of oversight as a government. All the car parks, especially at Eric Williams and the San Fernando General Hospital and so on, across the regional health authorities are poorly lit. Medical personnel are robbed, they are attacked, their vehicles are broken into, and even the provision of security services, who is monitoring that at these hospitals, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, even the security services in terms of the provision of manpower is woefully short. At times, security officers are found to be sleeping on the job because they work 24 hours straight. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, they are undermanned in terms of providing adequate security. So where is the government priority in terms of medical professionals, workers in the public healthcare system? They have fallen woefully short. And visitors, the public, when they seek to visit these healthcare institutions throughout Trinidad and Tobago, is left at the hands of criminals, because even in the public healthcare system, the government cannot manage the threat of crime to the ordinary citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, whether it is health, whether it's crime, whether it is the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, this government is in the intensive care unit. They have no sense of delivery. They have no sense of understanding the needs and woes of the ordinary people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is why they are in the departure lounge. And the credible opposition, the loyal opposition during the course of this debate will continue to bring the facts to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and offer a sense of hope to all and sundry as we highlight the shortcomings of the public healthcare system under this government for the last 9 years. And I want to assure you, it is not a personal attack on any member of the cabinet. It's an attack of incompetence, and a lack of leadership and a lack of political will to deal with the problems plaguing the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for San Fernando East.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this important topic, but yet frivolous motion, Madam Speaker. Now, the motion may be frivolous, but the People's National Movement has always taken the healthcare system of Trinidad and Tobago extremely seriously, Madam Speaker. For the past 68 years, the People's National Movement has played a pivotal role in Trinidad and Tobago's national development, whether in a governing capacity or in the opposition, Madam Speaker. And we have implemented over that time, Madam Speaker, I'm having difficulty concentrating.
Let's all abide by Standing Order 53 and talk either in hushed tones. If we have long conversations, maybe we can go outside and carry on the conversations, and we also always welcome back in. Member for San Fernando East.
Thank you for your intervention, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a commitment has been always directed towards the enhancing the healthcare delivery system of this country, Madam Speaker. And much of the groundbreaking and revolutionary initiatives that we have seen thus far in this sector came under the leadership of the late Patrick Manning from the year 2001 to 2010, Madam Speaker. The healthcare sector during that time witnessed significant development and transformation. This era laid the groundwork for a more people-centric healthcare system and introduced initiatives that continue to benefit the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And much to the chagrin to those on the other side, many of those initiatives are undeniable and have saved tens of thousands of lives in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. So they can mock them all they want, they can laugh and giggle. They know that those accomplishments are undeniable, Madam Speaker. Let me begin with possibly the most groundbreaking program introduced during that period. It was the CDAP program, Madam Speaker. It was introduced in 2003. The Chronic Disease Assistance Program was introduced to reduce the burden on dispensaries at the public health institutions, Madam Speaker, to minimize patient wait times and general inconvenience, as well as providing social support to citizens in need. Madam Speaker, it is safe to say that tens of thousands of people are alive today because of that CDAP program introduced by this government, Madam Speaker. And that is the kind of initiative that we take, the People's National Movement, when we are in government, Madam Speaker. Since then, thousands of citizens have been provided with medication free of charge, Madam Speaker, for treatment of several diseases, including diabetes, hypertension, cardiac disease, depression, glaucoma, and others, Madam Speaker. This is an undeniable accomplishment of this government and an indication of our dedication to the healthcare system of Trinidad and Tobago. Another important initiative during that time, Madam Speaker, the Adult Cardiac Program, developed to assist those unable to afford cardiac procedures. And Madam Speaker, as you can see, as we've done in every policy ever introduced, we never leave the vulnerable behind. We always move towards becoming a first world in whatever it is we do and to meet international benchmarks. But while doing that, we do not leave the poor and vulnerable behind. This is also a program that has saved lives, and it is free of charge. The school health program, through which thousands of students receive vision and hearing screening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this program has also been extremely important. And I can tell you, when I was a primary school student, I remember there was another young child in my class who had not been performing so well in school. And during this less enlightened time, some of the teachers and other students would refer to this child as Duncy. Madam Speaker, over one holiday period, this young man came back to school wearing glasses. And there was a dramatic improvement in his performance in school, Madam Speaker. It wasn't that he wasn't bright at all. It is that he just could not see. And when they discovered the problem, it changed his life, and he became a different person, and he performed, Madam Speaker. The government of Trinidad and Tobago, the People's National Movement, recognized that this was an important issue and implemented the school health program to which thousands of students have received vision and hearing screening. Those on the other side can giggle and laugh at that, Madam Speaker. Another, the medical aid program, which provided assistance to the elderly, children, and other financially challenged persons. Again, Madam Speaker, no one will be left behind with the People's National Movement at the helm. During this period, the PNM government built the infrastructure to achieve a world-class health system with the completion of several new primary healthcare facilities, which brought us to our 2015 target by the end of 2020. Madam Speaker, we were well ahead of schedule. Unfortunately for that, because in 2010, those on the other side came in, and during those dark ages, did absolutely nothing for the healthcare sector of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. So fortunately, we were ahead of target. Since our return to office in 2015, the Honorable Minister of Health has been leading the charge in transforming, modernizing, repositioning, and reinvigorating our health sector in line with our Vision 2030 strategy. Madam Speaker, since the Minister of Health has come to office, he has worked tirelessly and in fact has become a champion of several causes that are of extreme importance to the health of Trinidad and Tobago. One of them, Madam Speaker, despite recent incidents which I'm sure we've all heard and feel apologetic about, Madam Speaker, and those on the other side unfortunately have tried to politicize, in the maternal and child health sector, we have seen a reduction of 50 to 60 per 100,000 live births, 50 to 60 deaths, per 100,000 live births in 2015 to under 30 deaths per 100,000 live births in 2018 and 2020. In 2021, 54.4 per 100,000 live births. It is estimated that 6 to 10 women are alive due to this intervention, Madam Speaker. The neonatal mortality, where TNT has already attained its SDG gold status from 12 per 1,000 live births in 2015 to under 9 per 1,000 live births in 2017 to under 7 per 1,000 live births in 2018 and 2020, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the statistics speak for themselves. They want to focus on one period where things have not gone wrong, and it's still under investigation, so I can't say too much. But this country has been showing steady improvement in terms of infant and mortality safety during childbirth, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Minister of Health for the hard work and dedication he has put in to ensure that the women and children of this country remain safe. Madam Speaker, next, in the area of non-communicable disease prevention and control strategy across Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health has probably done more for this segment than any other previous Minister of Health, Madam Speaker, and with good cause. Because when you look at the statistics involved, Madam Speaker, you understand how serious this non-communicable diseases have become in Trinidad and Tobago. I want you to keep in mind that non-communicable diseases are lifestyle illnesses. That means that our own behaviors encourage these illnesses and bring them upon ourselves. In spite of that, Madam Speaker, this government has done tremendous service in ensuring that those that suffer from NCDs are taken care of free of charge in many cases, Madam Speaker. In some other countries, for NCDs, they say, hey, that's your fault. That your actions are the ones that caused you to be in this situation, so you have to pay for it yourself. Not here in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. The government pays for all of these services, so the cost is not borne by the patient, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's look at some of those statistics I spoke about earlier. Madam Speaker, currently in Trinidad and Tobago, NCDs account for 62% of deaths every year. 62%, Madam Speaker. We are essentially killing ourselves. And the Minister of Health, every time he speaks here in this chamber, Madam Speaker, he pleads with the country to re-examine our habits, especially when it comes to lifestyle, because we are killing ourselves. I've listened to him speak here passionately several times. And he has even encouraged me to change some of my habits. And I have done so, Madam Speaker. I see the numbers. I see what it looks like. And the Minister of Health has explained in detail exactly why it is we should consider how it is we live in Trinidad and Tobago so that we can all live a healthier lifestyle and be here for our family and loved ones, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has a population of 1.35 million, with 1 million over the age of 18. In the past 50 years, the country's disease profile has seen a marked shift from communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases, being more prevalent. The rise of NCDs has been driven primarily by 4 major risk factors: tobacco use, physical inactivity, harmful use of alcohol, and unhealthy diets. Madam Speaker, all of these risk factors are controllable, and I would implore the people of Trinidad and Tobago to look at our habits and to rethink the way we live so that we can live longer, healthier lives. So, Madam Speaker, I was focusing on the general healthcare system, but let me refer to one of the specific issues that were brought to the fore by the member of Caroni East. And the member of Caroni East is a medical professional, so he will be able to empathize and understand with some of the points that I'm going to make. Madam Speaker, it is disingenuous and misleading to suggest that somehow the government of Trinidad and Tobago is restricting the provision of healthcare professionals in Trinidad and Tobago. It is a global issue. It is a simple matter of supply and demand, Madam Speaker. One, Madam Speaker, it is difficult to produce medical professionals in the first place. And then once you have produced those medical professionals, it becomes even more difficult to retain those said people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me give you an idea of the kind of sacrifice and blood, sweat, and tears that our medical professionals have to endure to live the dream of becoming a medical professional. Madam Speaker, so firstly, due to the high quality of medical professionals being produced here in Trinidad and Tobago, they become very attractive to healthcare providers in other jurisdictions. So that is a problem, Madam Speaker. All over the world, it requires, to become a medical professional, all over the world, it requires years of tertiary education and a multitude of examinations. Madam Speaker, right here in Trinidad and Tobago, to become a medical professional requires 5 years at the University of the West Indies. I believe you earn your MBBS in that time. That's 5 years and a 1-year internship. Then you have to pass the medical board exam. After that, we have 5 years of additional education to become a specialist, which includes 5 years of apprenticeship, Madam Speaker. So it's both. Also, to subspecialize requires an additional 1 to 2 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's more than a decade of tertiary education before you can even start to make a living. Many of our healthcare professionals, Madam Speaker, during that time would have seen many of their friends that they grew up with would have gotten married, started their professions, bought their first home, bought their first new car, started a family. All of this time, many of our young people who have had the dream of becoming a healthcare professional would still be in school. Madam Speaker, how many young people are willing to spend their entire 20s going to school? And in many cases, into your 30s, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is difficult. Healthcare is an important field. And an old professor of mine said a long time ago, he said finance and economics was much like healthcare. So I asked him, how is that? He said that they're similar because in both cases you're dealing with persons' health and wealth. You're dealing with matters of life and death. And that is why our healthcare professionals have to spend such a long time in school to ensure that they are properly prepared to serve and save the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It is extremely difficult to become a healthcare professional. And Madam Speaker, after that, you become a specialist, before you become a specialist, you have 5 years of experience. And then to become a specialist, you're required to complete 5 additional years. Madam Speaker, I actually have a cousin living in the United States who took the bold, brave step of deciding to become a dentist. Madam Speaker, this girl, Dominique, my cousin, has been in school for so long, it is unbelievable. And this is in the US. This is not in Trinidad and Tobago, where it's just as difficult to produce a professional. It requires post-secondary school education, 4 years of pre-med, bachelor's degree, the dental admissions test, or DAT. They have to apply to enroll in an accredited dental school. That's 4 years to earn your ADA, the American Dental Association certificate. It leads to a DDS plus internships, and then you have to become licensed. This requires passing both the written and clinical portions of the National Board Dental Examinations. Then you can specialize in orthodontics, endodontics, pediatric dentistry, and prosthodontics, and other fields that I'm sure I would have difficulty pronouncing, Madam Speaker. It is difficult. Many medical professionals do not begin to make a livelihood until they are in their 30s, Madam Speaker. Many of their friends have gotten married, done all of that, Madam Speaker, and it is over a decade of blood, sweat, and tears. And, Madam Speaker, and you have to consider, it's easy for us to say a decade, but what does that decade entail? It's a decade of accumulated debts. It's a decade of expenses, a decade of calling home, crying to your parents, wondering if you can make it. It's a decade of wondering if you have what it takes A decade of emotional support from friends, family, well-wishers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it truly takes a village to produce a medical professional because of the grueling requirements and how long it takes and how difficult it is to earn your qualifications. And after all of that, Madam Speaker, they become medical professionals and it becomes difficult to retain these persons for various reasons. And I'll go into some of those reasons here today. Madam Speaker, we have difficulty in retaining healthcare professionals. One, burnout and stress, of course. Working in the medical field is grueling, it's difficult, it's hard, it's stressful, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, you're dealing with matters of life and death, and you're dealing with them on a near daily basis. It must be emotionally difficult for someone to go into work and deal with people who they know are on the verge of death and are probably going to die, but still require treatment that they deserve. It's difficult physically, it's difficult emotionally. But our brave healthcare professionals do it on a daily basis. There's a high turnover rate, long work hours. Madam Speaker, workforce shortages. They have school loan debt. After you've been in tertiary education for over a decade, the debts would accumulate, whether they're tuition, whether it's you had to borrow money for rental vehicle, whether for a home, somewhere to stay, rent. It is difficult financially on anyone who has to go through such a grueling process. Too little patient-provider time, organization problems, technology roadblocks, worker migration, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we get to the point of worker migration. Let me give you a little story. Over 20 years ago, I was writing my thesis for my MBA, and the question was, draft a business plan for a business that would solve a major issue in the South Florida or Miami community. And the issue I decided to choose was the one of healthcare. If you don't know, Florida, Miami area is very attractive to the elderly demographic in the United States. Many Americans dream of one day retiring to Florida because of the weather, one, and the absence of the state income taxes. They all want to move to Florida. I lived there for 2 years, and I can tell you, if you ever get caught driving slowly behind a vehicle in front of you because they're just driving at a ridiculously slow rate, it's one of two reasons. They're either on their phone or they're over 80 years old. It's a common issue, Madam Speaker, for anyone who has ever lived in that community. You drive by and you want to give the person a piece of your mind, but then you realize it's two lovely old ladies having a Sunday drive on a Tuesday. Men too, Madam Leader, of course, ladies and men. So I had to draft this thesis. So I decided to collect some data over there in the US and also collect data here in Trinidad and Tobago. And at the time, I had to pay a visit to the then Minister of Health, who just so happens to be the current Minister of Finance, the member for Diego Martin Central East. Sorry? Northeast Central, sorry. So I met with the Honorable Minister, who was kind enough to speak with me. And he first gave me a preamble and assured me that he wanted no involvement in any business that was going to take the nurses and doctors from Trinidad and Tobago. I assured him that it was purely an academic exercise and no such thing would occur. After that, he provided extremely important and relevant information for my thesis. So, Madam Speaker, you can see how long I've been harassing and annoying the Minister of Finance, and he has stuck with me during all this time. Right? But the data, Madam Speaker, was extremely important. It showed the huge disparity in essentially the payment. But even in the state of Florida, they had a shortage of healthcare professionals because of their aging population. Now we have an aging population issue worldwide. And the state of Florida was also being criticized by the other states in the United States for poaching their healthcare professionals. So there was also a shortage in the US. So in a developed country like the US paying high salaries, there was a shortage of healthcare professionals. In Trinidad and Tobago, there was a shortage. In the UK, there's a shortage. There was a shortage everywhere, Madam Speaker, because as I said, it is difficult to produce healthcare professionals.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 122.1 to move a motion for the suspension of Standing Order. No, Madam Speaker, I'm seeking your leave to suspend the debate in order for us to revert to papers and then to statements by ministers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So leave is granted. Honourable members, the question is that the debate on the motion before us be suspended until the completion of the matters which had been earlier deferred in today's proceedings be completed. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Clap.
Papers.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to lay the report of the Auditor General. Talk too soon. Of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Point 14 Civic Centre for the year ended September 30th, 2012. I said, don't talk too soon. Paper number 1. And paper number 7, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2023. And number 8, go bang too soon. Number 8, the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2023. Statements.
Might I refer you to your procedure?
I apologize, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that papers 1, 7, and 8 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 1, 7, and 8 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers.
Leader of the House.
Very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126, and with your leave, there has been agreement to allow the Minister of Finance to speak until the conclusion of his statement.
There's agreement. So agreement having been reached, there's no need for my leave. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am authorized by Cabinet to make the following statement in relation to the laying of the Auditor General's report on the public accounts for the financial year 2023. I would have made the point clear during the debate to extend time under sections 24.1 and 25.1 of the Exchequer and Audit Act that on April 26th in the House and on April 29th in the other place, the statutory time period for the Minister of Finance to lay the Auditor General's report had not yet crystallized. This is evident by virtue of section 25.3 of the Exchequer and Audit Act, which sets the period as within 30 days after the commencement of the next sitting. Madam Speaker, it does not appear to be disputed that the Auditor General did not accept the relevant documentation pertaining to errors in the public accounts until the 16th of April 2024, and before the report was submitted to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the Minister of Finance on the 24th of April 2024. On that same day, the Auditor General delivered to the Ministry of Finance a management letter dated the 23rd of April 2024, which, amongst other things, identified certain errors in the accounts and requested certain explanations relating to the errors identified, and invited the Ministry's comments on the findings, observations, and recommendations contained in the management letter. It is therefore unfortunate that the Ministry was not afforded the opportunity of responding to the management letter before the Auditor General's report was submitted to the Speaker and the President. In the face of the Auditor General's refusal to take delivery of the amended collated public accounts, the Ministry sent those accounts via TT Post to the Auditor General's Department on the 12th of April 2024, and they were delivered to the offices of that department on the 15th of April 2024. The 12th of April accounts included the Exchequer account and a statement of receipts and disbursement, which were each certified. Those certificates were dated with the dates on which the accounts were certified. That is to say, the 8th of April 2024 and the 5th of April 2024, respectively. However, as already stated, a copy of the Statement of Declaration and Certification dated the 31st of January 2024, which had been included in the original Treasury accounts, was inadvertently included in the 12th of April accounts. Although the Auditor General did eventually accept delivery of the amended public accounts on the 16th of April 2024, there had been a failure by her to mention in her April 28, 2024 letter to me that prior to that date, the Auditor General's Department repeatedly and steadfastly refused for almost a week to accept delivery of or consider those accounts or to discuss the understatement in any meaningful way with personnel from the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, it may be reasonable to conclude that the Auditor General's initial refusal to accept the amended public accounts delayed her consideration of those accounts for what was a significant period of time, given the statutory deadline of the 30th of April 2024 for the submission of her report to the Minister, the Speaker of the House, and the President of the Senate under Section 25(1) of the Exchequer and Audit Act. In the circumstances, the Auditor General's said refusal, particularly when considered together with her conduct subsequently to an eventual acceptance of those accounts, as discussed below, have raised concerns whether, intentionally or not, the Ministry of Finance was denied a reasonable and timely opportunity to correct or explain the error made in the original Treasury statements and to verify the increase in revenue resulting from the correction of that error before the Auditor General's report was submitted to the Speaker and President. Moreover, the Auditor General's refusal to receive and consider the amended public accounts prior to the 16th of April 2024, I am advised by Senior Counsel that this was unlawful and irrational. It was unlawful because it constituted a failure to fulfill her duties under Section 116 of the Constitution and Section 9 of the Act, and it was irrational because it was inexplicable that the Auditor General would refuse to consider such amended accounts in the course of executing her duties to examine and audit the public accounts. Quite seriously, the Auditor General's allegation that the Ministry of Finance, or the MOF, simply backdated the original accounts and attempted by way of administrative sleight of hand to sweep under the rug the fact that an error had occurred and the MOF had not sought the reasonable extension of time from Parliament to rectify same, and other such allegations in similar vein are patently false. The first point to be made is that both the original public accounts and the amended public accounts include certain certificates signed by representatives of the MOF that make declarations and certify certain matters regarding one or more of the accounts or statements that comprise the public accounts. The dates on which those certificates have been signed are endorsed on the certificate. Apart from those dates, neither the original public accounts nor the amended public accounts state or indicate the date on which they were prepared. These accounts represent the financial position of Trinidad and Tobago as of September 30th, 2023, irrespective of the date on which they were prepared or certified. All accounts included in the amended public accounts, which contained amendments made after they were originally submitted to the Auditor General as part of the original Treasury statements were certified in the amended public accounts by way of certificates that were dated the 16th or the 15th of April 2024. None of the accounts included in the amended public accounts, which contained amendments made after they were originally submitted to the Auditor General on the 31st of January 2024 as part of the original Treasury statements, were certified in the amended public accounts by way of certificates dated 31st January 2024. And with your permission, let me read that again. None of the accounts included in the amended public accounts, which contained amendments made after they were originally submitted to the Auditor General on the 31st of January 2024 as part of the original Treasury statements, was certified in the amended public accounts by way of certificates dated 31st January 2024. In the circumstances, the amended public accounts correctly identified the date or dates on which the accounts comprised therein were certified. Thus, any suggestion that the amended public accounts were backdated in some way is inexplicably false. Madam Speaker, there was also an allegation that the MOF simply replaced the old revenue figure with the new one without showing any amendment to the national accounts. This is incorrect. Notice of the amendment made to the revenue figures in the original Treasury statements in preparing the amended public accounts was given in the latter accounts by way of Note 24 of the notes to the amended public accounts. Every such amendment was cross-referenced to Note 24. Further, the Exchequer account included in the amended public accounts expressly referred to the understatement at pages 6, 7, and 12 of those accounts. There was yet another allegation that the MOF was unable to account for over 700 million, which has been published widely in the local media. This too is also false. The said sum of $780,499,791.27, which was originally thought to be part of a variance in the revenue statement, had as early as the 5th of April 2024 been identified by the Ministry of Finance as being tax refunds issued by way of checks to taxpayers in the financial year 2022, but which were encashed in the financial year 2023. The audit team could have gleaned that information from the documents provided to them by the ministry for the purpose of conducting their audit, and in particular from the credit advisors. Further, during the course of their audit, no member of the audit team suggested to the ministry that the ministry had failed to account for the said sum, nor did any such member make any inquiry about the said sum of $780,499,791.27 with the ministry, nor did she suggest to the ministry that that sum had not been accounted for in the accounts and documents submitted to her or the audit team. A further allegation that despite thorough and diligent attempts, the MOF was unable to produce any financial records to substantiate and verify the said sum is also incorrect, as is the allegation that there is no explanation why the ministry was able to provide the Auditor General with the particular documents she required to verify the amended figure in the amended public accounts. The debit advices, credit advices, and revised reconciliation statements provided by the ministry to the audit team constituted source documents that substantiated and verified the changes to the original public accounts effected by the amended public accounts. In the management letter and the Auditor General's report, the Auditor General appears to have taken the position that notwithstanding the production of these documents, such changes could not be verified for the purposes of her audit because the credit advices supporting such amendments had not been processed by the Board of Inland Revenue. Even assuming that that position is correct, it is not true to say that the MOF was unable to produce any financial records to substantiate and verify this said sum. The said source documents do substantiate these changes. With regard to the processing of the relevant credit advices by the Board of Inland Revenue and the adjustment of certain of the accounts and records reflecting the amendments to the original Treasury statements made in the amended public accounts, the audit team was advised by the Ministry in the course of conducting their audit that 1. The processing of the credit advices required that the general ledger be reopened to make the necessary adjustments. Given that the time the understatement had been identified, the accounts had already been consolidated and the general ledger closed for the financial year. 2. That the reopening of the general ledger, which was an electronic system created and maintained using computer software, in those circumstances was an unprecedented technical exercise. 3. That in those circumstances, the Ministry wanted to receive external expert advice and conduct a simulation adjustment in a test environment before attempting to reopen the general ledger to make adjustments. And 4, such testing was being arranged by the Ministry, but until those tests were completed, the Board of Inland Revenue was not in a position to process the said credit advices in order for the Treasury Division to make the required adjustments to the said accounts and records. Further, historically, it has been the practice of the Office of the Auditor General to hold an exit interview with Ministry staff before submitting his or her report to the said officials, so that the Ministry has an opportunity to address any concerns he or she may have with respect to the public accounts submitted to him or her before the Auditor General's report is submitted to the Speaker and the President. However, on this occasion, the Auditor General failed to hold any such exit interview prior to issuing the management letter, and although the management letter requested information and comments from the Ministry, in submitting the Auditor General's report to the Speaker and the President, at or around the same time, the Auditor General issued the management letter to the MOF. The Auditor General effectively denied the Ministry any opportunity to address her current concerns, observations, or requests stated in the management letter before the submission of the report. With regard to the submission of the Auditor General's report to the Speaker and the President on the 24th of April 2024, it has been said by the Auditor General that she could not possibly have done anything else without compromising the integrity and independence of her office. However, given that the deadline for the submission of that report to the Speaker and the President was the 30th of April 2024, there was no good reason why, after issuing the management letter, the Auditor General could not have delayed submission of the Auditor General's report to the Speaker and the President until the 30th of April, so as to give the Ministry an opportunity to either address the matters raised in the management letter or to respond with a proposed course of action that would have allowed the Ministry additional time to address the concerns of the Auditor General, including those expressed in the management letter prior to the issuing of the Auditor General's report to the Speaker and President. Indeed, in submitting the Auditor General's report at the same time as issuing the management letter, the Auditor General exposed herself to the criticism that the Ministry was denied any opportunity to address the concerns, observations, and requests in the management letter before the report was submitted. Such criticism is supported by the fact that it has not been the practice for the Office of the Auditor General to submit the Auditor General's report to the Speaker and the President as early as 6 days prior to the statutory deadline for doing so. In that regard, the Auditor General's report for the years 2020, 2021, and 2022 are dated the 29th of April, the 28th of April, and the 27th of April, respectively, and therefore were submitted to the said officials on or after those dates. Unfortunately, when viewed against that history, the Auditor General's inexplicable rush to submit the Auditor General's report to the Speaker and the President at the same time as seeking comments and answers from the ministry with respect to that report and the amended public accounts is even more alarming and makes the early submission more curious. Notwithstanding, the Auditor General has indicated a willingness, as set out in a letter dated April 28, 2024, to consider the preparation of a special report pursuant to Section 25(4) of the Exchequer and Audit Act. Accordingly, by separate correspondence and engagement, the Ministry has made all reasonable efforts to provide all documents the Auditor General requires insofar as those documents exist, and to allay the Auditor General's reasonable concerns as stated in her management letter dated the 23rd of May, which was received by the Ministry of Finance on the 24th of May, 2024. Madam Speaker, because of the public disquiet and the stark difference of opinion surrounding this issue, and the need for Parliament and the public to be properly and accurately informed on the revenue collected and payments made for the service of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, it is expected that this special report on the public accounts for the financial year 2023 will be completed and submitted in the shortest possible time, and certainly by the 31st of August 2024, which is the extended date for reporting on the accounts for financial year 2023. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 24.4. Can the Minister confirm whether any of the assertions made in the statement here today have been informed by the findings of the investigation team established by the state to review this entire debacle?
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, that is such a strange question. The said team is in the process of conducting its investigation. That is public knowledge. I made a statement. The statement was widely published in the media that the investigation team has been asked to complete its report by the end of June. We are not yet in June.
Honourable members, it's now 4:27. I think now might be a convenient time for us to take the suspension for half an hour. We'll return at 5 o'clock. This House is now suspended till 5 p.m. Member for San Fernando East, you have 5 minutes of ordinary time remaining, and you're entitled to 15 more additional minutes if you wish to wind up your presentation. So if you're going to take those 15 minutes, we'll just keep it at 20 minutes left.
Good.
Yes, you may proceed.
I'll take it. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had been speaking about the migration of healthcare workers. And, you know, as those on the other side, especially the healthcare professionals on the other side would know, this is not a Trinidad and Tobago problem, it is an international problem. Even in the developed countries, they are having challenges with migration of healthcare workers within their borders. And as we are having challenges of healthcare workers going from developing to developed countries, Madam Speaker, let me read into Hansard here a quote from a UK newspaper. There was an article in the UK Guardian from July 22nd, 2023, which highlighted how the NHS is facing an exodus of doctors to countries like Ireland, Australia, and the United Arab Emirates, where they can double their salaries and enjoy better working conditions, Madam Speaker. This is from the United Kingdom to these jurisdictions. Similarly, in the US, there's been a significant departure of medical professionals, leading to projected shortages of doctors by 2034, as reported by the Association of American Medical Colleges, or the AAMC. The World Economic Forum has also underscored the global medical recruitment and retention crisis exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, with an estimated shortfall of 10 million healthcare workers worldwide by 2030, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's a very serious situation and not one that should be politicized. The entire world is seeing a shortage of healthcare professionals, not just here in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, mentioning the COVID-19 crisis and the impact it had on medical professionals in Trinidad and Tobago. A few weeks ago, the Honourable Opposition Leader came here speaking about the COVID crisis. And, you know, I was just threw out this red herring to the House and to the country about where the money gone for COVID. Madam Speaker, during the COVID crisis, this government would have spent billions of dollars to protect the lives and livelihoods of the people of this country. And that is not something that we would ever regret. Madam Speaker, during that time, the revenues of this country fell to zero. But not a single government employee lost their job, Madam Speaker. Not one. Not one. Public servants were paid. Police were paid. Teachers paid. Prison officers paid. Police paid. Madam Speaker, all of these persons received their salaries in a timely manner. During the COVID crisis, when our revenues were zero, yet the opposition leader will come here to try to distract from the internal wranglings going on within her own party to ask where the money gone. Well, Madam Speaker, let me outline a few ways in which the money was spent during the COVID crisis, Madam Speaker, and how it benefited healthcare workers also. Madam Speaker, there was a setting up of a mental health psychosocial support, or the MHPSS, technical working. Madam Speaker, I've been instructed by the member for Barataria, please. I crave your protection.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, apparently the truth offense. I continue. The ongoing use of virtual mental health sessions for patients within the parallel healthcare system throughout the pandemic. Madam Speaker, we spent funds on the continued access to mental health healthcare services for healthcare workers through the Employee Assistance Program and existing services provided by the RHA's multidisciplinary mental health team. Madam Speaker, there was a continued use of the network of mental health services offered to our public health institutions for healthcare workers and our citizens, including the use of psychiatric outpatient clinics, namely the child guidance clinics at San Fernando, Port of Spain, and Scarborough, and the children and adolescent living with mental health clinic at Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, Madam Speaker. There was the establishment of a stress clinic at the North Central Regional Health Authority and the priority treatment of staff at the mental health wellness clinics, Madam Speaker. All of this done to attempt to protect our healthcare workers during the COVID crisis. For the wider population, Madam Speaker, further, the entire population, the Ministry of Health has developed a digital directory of crisis and emergency mental health and psychosocial services under Find Care TT, with over 30 entities, which has been published and widely utilized to ensure easy access to mental health services. Additionally, the implementation plan for the National Mental Health Policy anticipates and provides for further increases in mental health needs through the creation of community mental health teams and the incorporation of mental health into the primary healthcare system. It also envisaged that the above changes will result in a wider range of mental health services being provided at the community level and will make those services more accessible to persons who need them, including persons whose mental health challenges were triggered or exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Speaker. That is what this government did for the people and healthcare professionals of this country during the COVID crisis. So anytime those on the other side wonder where the money gone during COVID, all they have to do is look at the extensive work done by this government during that period while they were trying to obstruct us at every turn, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move on. Madam Speaker, in an attempt to further develop and improve healthcare services in Trinidad and Tobago, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has decided to reopen the Augustus Long Healthcare Facility in Pointe-a-Pierre, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at this facility, we expect to see services which include daytime chemotherapy infusions, Madam Speaker, 15 oncology palliative beds for end-of-life services, chemo administration room, Madam Speaker, hematology services, also design waiting room for 150 persons, Madam Speaker. Ongoing works, there's the installation of 2 walk-in chillers, biosafety cabinet, a mammogram unit, 2 portable X-ray machines, portable ultrasound machines, and a vacuum-assisted breast biopsy setup, and an estimated completion date of July or August of 2024, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while those on the other side continue to criticize everything, we continue to work to expand the services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I draw near to the end of my contribution, I'd like to, on a personal note, I would like to thank the hardworking doctors and medical professionals at the SWRHA. Recently, a very close family member of mine went into hospital for treatment, and we were all concerned that he was not going to make it. Madam Speaker, the hard-working staff there went above and beyond to ensure that our dear close family member had a comfortable surgery and that they actually survived, Madam Speaker. And it has been a very stressful and difficult time for my family and me. But those hard-working professionals at the SWRHA did everything possible to ensure that our family member survived, and he did, and he is now recovering. I'd like to thank those healthcare professionals. Madam Speaker, the People's National Movement has had a long tradition of working diligently within the healthcare sector to provide for the people of this country. Though this motion may be frivolous, those on this side take the health of the people of Trinidad and Tobago seriously, and it is a tradition that we intend to continue. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Barataria, Salmon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me to join this debate. I welcome this debate and the clinical, surgical, astute competence my friend from Caroni East would have piloted this debate. I want to compliment him and congratulate him, and also all the other members who would have spoken on this side of the House. Madam Speaker, today is a good day. Today is the 24th of May, 2024. Madam Speaker, 14 years ago, Trinidad and Tobago saw the light when we ushered in the first female Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the member for Siparia, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar. And Madam Speaker, that campaign in 2010 was based on the fact that the then PNM government was running the healthcare system to the ground. There was one speech that was given by the Honourable Leader where she spoke of lack of hospital beds and medicine. Madam Speaker, today under this incompetent PNM government, we are facing the same trials and tribulations. Same thing. Now, all of us wish that we have a good healthcare system. I mean, all of us will get sick one day. We are not here to stay here forever. But, Madam Speaker, when we go into the public healthcare system, there's an expectation of the general public to be treated within a particular and reasonable time. There's an expectation that they will get the services, the drugs, the medicine that is necessary to treat with their illness or sickness that they may be harboring from. And when you look at successive budgets, there's an average about $6 billion every year is being pumped into the healthcare system. So from the onset, there is no issue with respect to resources. The issue is with respect to bad, poor management. That is the issue. That is the issue. It is bad management. And Madam Speaker, we have about 1.3 million persons in Trinidad and Tobago. And the Prime Minister could have only found a member for St. Joseph to be the Minister of Health. 1.3 million persons he had to choose from, but he chose the member for St. Joseph. I think recently he only figured out how to use a smartphone, and then he discovered the app called TikTok.
Madam Speaker, 48-1. Are we discussing the healthcare system or attacking the Minister of Health personally?
Okay, so I want to guide the member for Barataria San Juan. Remember, this is not a substantive motion on the Minister of Health. So while you may need to work that into the motion, just remember, this is not a substantive motion against the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will get to the management issues because I will show, Madam Speaker, that especially in the healthcare system, you must have competent persons managing the healthcare system because their incompetence is so grave that it is now dangerous. You are dealing with people's lives. You are dealing with their health and their well-being. And that is why you must have proper, fit, competent persons at the wheels, Madam Speaker. Because that is why today Trinidad and Tobago saw the untimely, unfortunate death of 21 babies in this country because of what happened at the NICU. Madam Speaker, I have a series of articles in my hand. An Express Audit editorial dated the 20th of April 2024, an unhealthy health sector. And it says that at a town hall meeting held by a JSC on social services and public administration, several people described the nightmares they face trying to get treatment for themselves or their loved ones at public hospitals. There's another article, Dial Singh, and I'm quoting, Madam Speaker, a Loop TT article, dated the 9th of February, and I will say the Minister of Health.
Yes, please.
Yes. Distressed over lie incident involving Catherine Akum Lum. This was a woman who went to the public healthcare system to perform a hysterectomy, and there was lye, poisonous substance, used, and this woman had to go for surgery abroad, Madam Speaker, begging the government for some help, begging the government, and you know what they said, Madam Speaker? There's a shortage of Forex, so they had to delay the matter. This is where the healthcare system has reached in this country. Another article, Mental Health Failure, dated the 7th of May 2024, another Express editorial, Madam Speaker, dealing with mental health. Then you have all that happened at the NICU, and you have the public healthcare system slammed at JSC town meeting. This is another article coming out of the Newsday, 30th November 2023. Horrors in healthcare, December 1st, 2023, Express article, Madam Speaker. And these are the experiences that the ordinary citizens face in this country. So when the government comes here to say all is well and all is good, Madam Speaker, just take a glimpse of reality, read the newspaper, and realize what the citizens are going through. There is a total disconnect between the government and the ground, Madam Speaker. A total disconnect between the government and the reality. It is totally disconnected. And then the member for San Fernando East, I'm still trying to find a point that he made in this entire debate, Madam Speaker. He spoke about driving behind elderly citizens in Miami. I don't see the relevance to that in this debate. But, Madam Speaker, he said, we are asking where the money go on. Madam Speaker, if the member could remember, Madam Speaker, $9 million was pumped into a basketball scandal. That $9 million could have bought beds, medicine, and helped the healthcare system, Madam Speaker. That is what that should have gone into, not basketball. I don't know if the member had any involvement with that, Madam Speaker. And then he said, miraculously, sitting as a minister in the Ministry of Finance, that during COVID, our revenue was zero. Zero, Madam Speaker. If your revenue is zero, it means that you are broke. You have no money. This member stood up here as a minister in the Ministry of Finance making such an irresponsible statement that the revenue was zero in this country, Madam Speaker. That is why today we cannot find $3 billion worth of revenue in this country. That is why we can't find it today, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, 48-1, we're not here to discuss $2 billion in anything, Madam Speaker. It's the healthcare system.
Okay. Member, continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to look at what is taking place very carefully in the healthcare system, and I'm going back into the motion. The member for Diego Martin Central and the member for San Fernando East deemed the motion as being frivolous. And I really want to address that particular point. When you look at the recitals in the motion, it says that whereas healthcare professionals do not have access to modern information technology, lack of access to suitable drugs, equipment, and facilities to deliver modern and advanced healthcare, and whereas healthcare workers have endured physical and mental stress in the delivery of public healthcare services. What the member for Caroni East is doing through this motion is advocating for better working conditions for these medical professionals. Because they came and they gave stories, Madam Speaker, of all the good treatment and service that they got at the public healthcare institutions. They did that, but they did not tell you the conditions that these doctors are operating under. The conditions that these doctors are operating under is substandard, Madam Speaker. It is substandard. I can give one example. If you look at the San Fernando General Hospital, you will see that the patients are lined up along the corridor. There are no beds at the accident and emergency department. They spent $118 million to build a car park. When they signed the lease for the car park, it was $118 million. At the time of cutting the ribbon, it cost $132 million. Today, they have built a car park and cannot build a cath lab in San Fernando General Hospital. Year after year, they have promised this particular service, Madam Speaker, and they cannot simply do it. And that is what the persons and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago is faced with. We understand, Madam Speaker, healthcare is an expensive commodity. It is costing us lots of money, Madam Speaker, but you cannot continue to throw money behind bad management. You have to change the management system. We have talented doctors. We have some of the best doctors here in the Western Hemisphere. But what this government is doing is running them away from Trinidad and Tobago. There is a brain drain in this country, and I'll give an example. Doctors, what they are doing, Madam Speaker, is that they're specializing into various fields, which means that they have to go and complete various examinations. There's a UE program, there are foreign programs. So, Madam Speaker, these programs are in international institutions. They spend their own money, they go there. When they go there, Madam Speaker, and they come back to Trinidad and Tobago, they are not getting the opportunities that they would like. For example, a person in Trinidad, before they leave for the particular program, may be acting in a position. So they may be a registrar, but acting consultant, because they have not filled the consultancy position. So the person is acting as a registrar. When they come back to Trinidad, Madam Speaker, they're putting them as a registrar and not as a consultant, and they have the qualifications to become a consultant. What I am hearing, Madam Speaker, that is taking place in the RHAs is that who you know is getting the positions, and that is wrong because you are demotivating persons. They are leaving the country where this government is running the talent away from Trinidad and Tobago, and that must stop, Madam Speaker. That must stop. Why it is? We have the opportunity here to keep specialists within the industry, and they are not getting the opportunities here, so they are running away from Trinidad and Tobago. And I heard San Fernando East saying there's no exodus of any persons. The Trinidad and Tobago Registered Nurses Association president, Mr. Eddie Stewart, has confirmed that there's an exodus of nurses away from Trinidad and Tobago, and they are going towards the United Kingdom. he is saying that the United Kingdom is bad. So imagine if they're leaving here to go into the UK, what is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago? Madam Speaker, that is some of the issues that persons are facing in this country. And there's another area in which there are young doctors, those doctors that are considered to be house officers. The problem with them, Madam Speaker, is that they're putting them under something called a locum contract. A locum contract is short-term employment. So they are getting employment for 2 to 3 months at a time. Madam Speaker, those doctors worked the majority of the COVID period over that 2 to 3 month contract. And let me give you an example of what they had to face, Madam Speaker, those doctors. They are not entitled to sick days, they are not entitled to a gratuity, they are not entitled to any leave, and they are not entitled to any casual days. So if they stay home because they are sick, they are not going to be paid for that day. They have no permanency, they cannot get a loan, they cannot get a mortgage, nothing like that. And these are professionals who have spent their lives training in the medical field, young doctors. And when they don't have these opportunities, where will they go? They will look outside. They will leave our jurisdiction. And today, we on the opposition are advocating for better working conditions for our medical professionals, the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is no laughing matter, Madam Speaker. This is a serious issue, because what we will be faced with is a healthcare system that is continuously collapsing because of poor and bad management. Poor and bad management. And you would understand, Madam Speaker, while the powers of the minister has been delegated out in terms of management to various RHAs, we had the 1994 RHA Act. It removed most of the administration from the minister directly and would have delegated it towards the various RHAs, the NWRHA, NCRHA, ERHA, SWRHA, and the TRHA, Madam Speaker. And they have their management boards, and they will conduct their management of the various health facilities that fall within their purview. And the minister has general oversight over those RHAs. But, Madam Speaker, we have to understand that we cannot remove the minister from that equation, because at the end of the day, it is the minister to create policy for those RHAs to comply with. He is the driving force behind the healthcare system. So when San Fernando East stands up and says the minister is not relevant to debate, the minister is very relevant to this debate, because he drives the policy with respect to this particular issue, Madam Speaker. And in fact, the minister is involved in the appointment of the RHAs. So he is selecting those persons to conduct the management of those healthcare facilities in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Look at what is taking place. The minister, the head office for the minister went up in record time, but Central Block cannot complete. That was hundreds of millions of dollars and lands being leased to private individuals in this country, Madam Speaker, for the construction of that mega head office, where the minister is comfortable, but you have people lying on the corridors of the hospital in this country, dying, Madam Speaker. That is total shame in this country. After $6 billion, almost every single year is allocated to his ministry, Madam Speaker. This is a crying shame in this country. But I want to raise various issues when it comes to where the money goes and some of the issues with respect to procurement. Because, Madam Speaker, we have to examine where he has the opposition to hold the government to account. They are in charge of the public space. So, Madam Speaker, let us look at some of the examples that is taking place right now in the healthcare system. Now, I have in my possession, Madam Speaker, and this deals with the SWRHA, in particular the San Fernando General Hospital. When the member for Faizabad was in charge, he was the chairman of that particular RHA. There was a drive to increase the potable water storage and delivery at the San Fernando Regional Health Authority, San Fernando General Hospital, sorry. And I think it was an additional capacity of 150,000 gallons of water in storage, Madam Speaker. And there was a drive to create even more storage. Today, Madam Speaker, I have in my possession an invoice from a company called DeBrose Marketing and Services Company Limited. DeBrose. Madam Speaker, the hospital, the SWRHA, is paying $50,000 for water in this RHA. And hear this, they are renting a hose, a 100-feet hose, for $4,950. They're renting a hose for $4,950, and they're paying water $50,000 for this 100,000 gallon of water, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to know, well, who is DeBrose Marketing and Services Company Limited who gets this contract? Madam Speaker, I pulled the company's records, and I found a name called one Nigel Cleghorn, Managing Director. When I did some further research, do you know this person was nominated as a PNM alderman in the San Fernando City Corporation? Madam Speaker, when I did further research, I am to understand he's also a member of a San Fernando constituency PNM executive. And Madam Speaker, when I did further research, I went on Facebook and see him shaking hands with the member for San Fernando East. So, Madam Speaker, I want to know how this company, DeBrose, is getting this contract to provide water to the RHA for $50,000 and renting a hose for almost $5,000 in this country, Madam Speaker. That is what is taking place in this RHA. Look, I have another email here, Madam Speaker, which speaks about an email dated the 1st of December 2023. It deals with what is taking place with the electrical supply at the hospital. What it says is that there is a sole generator servicing the new wing of the hospital, and it is non-functional because of mechanical repairs and issues, and they require about $300, a rental of the generator for the demands of the wing, Madam Speaker. And there is a company that is receiving a total of, and I have the invoice here, Madam Speaker, I work with the receipts today. This generator is costing us $161,000 for a 2-week period. For what, 2 weeks? For a 2-week period. The amount of money they have spent in rental of this generator, they could have buy a new one. But, Madam Speaker, they will not do that because it is favoring friends and families of this PNM government. That is what it is doing. So when patients go to the hospital, they must understand what this government is doing with their money. Madam Speaker, they are paying for the disposal of sharp bins every 3 days, Madam Speaker. The quantity of 20,000 kg, $528,000 every 2 months to dispose sharps, Madam Speaker. And all they have to do is fix the incinerator at the San Fernando General Hospital. That is all they have to do, Madam Speaker. But they choose to frustrate these processes at the hospital so friends and families and financiers of the PNM can benefit. That is what this government is doing, Madam Speaker. That is what they are doing. Look, I have other information in my possession here where it speaks of the issues of the supply, installation, and commissioning of washers and industrial steamers at the San Fernando General Hospital. And this is in relation to the cleaning of the linens and the various other apparatus at the San Fernando General Hospital, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they went out in 2022, I believe, for tendering of this particular service and equipment at the San Fernando General Hospital. This was on the 2nd of the 4th month, 2022. You know, today they cannot buy a washing machine for that hospital. They cannot buy a washing machine. So what they have to do, Madam Speaker, is send it to various departments, and that will cause cross-contamination and further issues at the San Fernando General Hospital. And the minister is fully aware of all of this, Madam Speaker. Fully aware of all of this, Madam Speaker. When you look at other issues with respect to what is taking place there in terms of the boilers and the electric steam boilers and ancillaries at the new wing San Fernando, again, the tenders went out in 2022. To date, no boilers have been purchased nor installed at the San Fernando General Hospital, leaving items that require for sterilization for theatre services, ICU, HU, and neonatal compromised, Madam Speaker.
By the member for Siparia in her contribution. ad nauseum.
Well, the difficulty with, of course, Barrett Harris one, when you come this late in a debate, a lot of ground has been covered. This particular issue was not just only covered by the member for San Siparia. So I'll ask you to just wind up on that and deal with another aspect that hasn't been touched.
Madam Speaker, I have much more information, and if the member wants me to move on, I have some fresh information to provide to this House. Madam Speaker, through my tedious research that I normally do, I file an FOI request. And when I file this FOI request, I file with respect to the expenditure during the COVID period. And under the Auditor General's report, there was a particular special audit was done for expenses in COVID, and various ministries and departments had to submit those expenditures to the Auditor General in order for it to be audited. And one particular document landed on my desk, and it is, Madam Speaker, a payment order for 12 portable ventilators, and this was around March 2020. So the NCRHA went out to get 12 ventilators at around the 30th of March 2020. And the supplier, Madam Speaker, is one called Casa Secrets. Well, I think that translates to the House of Secrets. So the NCRHA is now going to Casa Secrets, address of 205 Vista Parkway, Suite 400, West Palm Beach, Florida. And there is, Madam Speaker, one portable ventilator, Shangri-La 510S, that's the model. The quantity, 12. Unit price, $302,274, which amounts to a total expenditure of $3,627,288. So, Madam Speaker, I found this was a very expensive ventilator. So I did some research, and based on the prices of these ventilators, they are normally $20,000 for one. 20,000 TT dollars for one ventilator. The RHA has spent $302,000 on one ventilator, Madam Speaker. So it means that if they bought the 12, it would have cost roughly about close to $400,000. So there's a missing $3.2 million or additional expenditure for these ventilators, Madam Speaker. $3.2 million, you know. What? So they have spent about $280,000 more per ventilator in this country. Casa Secrets, Madam Speaker. Casa Secrets. And Madam Speaker, then I have also some other expenditures that came out of the ERHA. So we have the other RHAs. And this particular issue was highlighted in the media, especially around the COVID period. On the 13th of April 2020, there's an article called Recovering Patients, says ERHA CEO. He insists it's clean, and it's a CNC3 article. And this was in relation to a step-down facility in Brooklyn, Sangre Grande, not New York. And the patients in that particular facility, Madam Speaker, complained of how dirty and how unfit that particular step-down facility was. It was, there was cockroaches. The complaints were that it was derelict. It was inhumane conditions. One person who was there was reported to have said, and I'm quoting from the article, their cockroaches crawling down everywhere. It was the most run-down building I've ever seen. There are no dustbins, but only filthy garbage bags in the toilet areas. And this is the complaint that persons who have been quarantined after the COVID period, they would have had to be placed mandatorily in these state facilities. And this was, I think it's called the Home for the Aging. I believe that was the name of that facility, Madam Speaker. Now, the Auditor General also got, based on the FOI that I received, Madam Speaker, the rental amount for that particular facility. It's a one-lot land, so it's not a very large facility. The government has spent in 1 month $191,000 in rent for that facility. $191,000 per month. And Madam Speaker, well, I thought it was a state-of-the-art facility, but then I saw some additional figures in terms of cost. When I looked at this, I was very surprised, because here what happens here. It says in this particular facility, they had to fix the water pump and the plumbing. That cost an additional $32,750. It had more plumbing to be done. Repairs, $2,743. Other repairs to that facility in terms of the electrical now, $3,818. And they have spent about $191,000 or so per month for that facility, Madam Speaker. So when San Fernando East asks where the money going, this is where the money going. And when we come in government, Madam Speaker, we will investigate every single cent that this government have spent, Madam Speaker. This here is scandalous. You are spending $191,000 on a facility, and you have to go and fix the plumbing, you have to go and fix the electricity. It is riddled with cockroaches. It is inhumane conditions, unfit for human occupation, Madam Speaker. And this is where sick persons were going after their quarantine period. This is unacceptable in this country, and the facts are now coming out here, Madam Speaker, as we speak. And when we were in the COVID period, we had called for the establishment of a commission of inquiry to look into the expenditure of these monies with respect to the RHAs and the Ministry of Health to really understand where the money has gone and where the money is going. Madam Speaker, we would have heard that they would have spent billions of dollars on COVID. In fact, there's the Auditor General report also that says that government access funding of approximately $10 billion, $10 billion from local and international sources to mitigate the effects of the pandemic. The domestic capital market, $1 billion. HSF, $900 million US. The World Bank, $20 million US. The IDB, $130 US million. The CAF, US $150 million. And the external capital market, $150 million. So, Madam Speaker, again, I file another FOI request. And I ask the Ministry of Health this time for a detailed list of all expenditures that have been paid and or owing from the ministry, inclusive of all departments, including those statutory bodies, state enterprises, under the ministry's purview in relation to COVID-19 for the period January 2020 to September 2022. The ministry responded, and they responded by way of letter dated the 23rd of January 2023. And the Ministry of Health, under their official letterhead, has confirmed these are the expenditures for COVID. Hotel accommodation, $4.3 million. Total payments to suppliers, sanitizing, decontamination, procurable items, electronics, COVID hotlines, vaccines, test kits, advertisement, $112.8 million. Total payment to staff, $7 million. Total payment to ambulance services, $39.2 million. Total payments to RHAs, $47 million, which amounts to $210.6 million. Madam Speaker, earlier on I told you that they have borrowed $10 billion for COVID, and the Ministry of Health is confirming that all they have spent on COVID for the period January 2020 to September 2022 is $210.6 million. So where the money gone, Madam Speaker? Where the money gone? And now we can understand why maybe 4,500 persons died because of the COVID-19 pandemic, because the money was not spent in the right places, Madam Speaker. The money simply was not spent in the right places. And these are some of the things that we have to expose in this motion, because we have to deal with priority spending. This deals in direct relation to the management of these RHAs under the member for St. Joseph. And Madam Speaker, I want to give some more information, because I want to tell you where money gone. This government finds it fit, Madam Speaker, to engage in something what we call unnecessary spending, and I put it in this context. They rather spend monies on lawyers rather than pay persons damages for compensation. More FOI responses we get, Madam Speaker, more FOI responses. NWRHA, Madam Speaker, we ask for the monies expended by RHAs as the legal fees to attorneys at law, external counsel from September 2015 to the 1st of January 2024, NWRHA, $26.2 million. NCRHA, $13.89 million. The ERHA, $7.5 million. The TRHA, $3.5 million. And Madam Speaker, we are waiting the figure from the Southwest Regional Health Authority. But when we get that figure, we'll be very happy to let the House know exactly where the money has gone. And when you dig down deeper into the responses given by the various RHAs, Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the ERHA first. They have spent $7.5 million in that RHA behind lawyers. You know how much is spent in compensation to the victims? $4 million. $4 million. They have spent more money paying the lawyers than the actual persons who were victims, Madam Speaker. That is what was taking place in this country. And then we are seeing names coming up here, and I don't know if these names are familiar to my friends opposite. There's one person called Margaret Hines of Hines and Company, receiving $198,000 in legal fees from the ERHA. There's another person called Charles Law. I mean, we ask about this Mr. Charles Law, and I don't know, we can't find him. Madam Speaker, $2.2 million he received from the ERHA in terms of legal fees from the ERHA. And this goes towards spending, Madam Speaker. So instead of buying drugs, instead of buying beds, you're paying external lawyers. They are feeding at the trough, Madam Speaker. They are feeding at the trough. Let's look at the NWRHA. The NWRHA, as I earlier said, have spent a total of... He's not qualified to be a lawyer. No. The NWRHA, $26.2 million they spent, Madam Speaker. Again, this Mr. Charles Law comes up again, receiving $7.3 million in briefs. Hines and Company, $92,000 from this RHA. Kerwin Garcia, Senior Counsel, $641,000. Reginald Amo Galil, $40,000. Sorry, the Attorney General, Madam Speaker, I do apologize. Terence Barrett, $592,000, Madam Speaker, in legal fees. Then again, we have the SWRH, some of the figures here, Madam Speaker. And in this particular one, Madam Speaker, which was very shocking, there's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Roger Kewal Singh, who received a total of $3.489 million worth of legal fees, Madam Speaker. 3.8 million. And Mr. Charles Law again appears here, $374,000, Madam Speaker. This is where the money is going. So when patients go into the hospital and they can't get medicine, they can't get simple things like aspirin or metformin from CDAP, Madam Speaker, they are spending millions and millions and millions of dollars into these legal fees, and the victims are not benefiting whatsoever. If you look at the 4 RHAs, because we're missing one yet, they have spent $51 million in total in legal fees, Madam Speaker, in this country. So when patients are complaining in this country, you must tell the patients where the money is going. As I tell you, Madam Speaker, the problem here is not resources, it is management. It is management, Madam Speaker. And their management is so incompetent that it is causing people to die in this country. It is causing people to die, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is why doctors in this country are running away from your hospital system. We are asking you all, we are begging you all, we are demanding from this government that treat the doctors with some level of courtesy and respect that they deserve. Don't wait for next pandemic and the only thing you give them is a clap. You have everybody coming outside the house and clapping and putting up a video. Give them better working conditions, terms and conditions, Madam Speaker. Look, they are spending all of these monies behind all of these hospitals. Yes, persons need health care. But, Madam Speaker, why are you not optimizing and maximizing what you already have? You have the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex. Look at what is taking place there. go through all of the issues that you all have. Speak to the staff, speak to the orderlies, speak to the doctors, speak to the nurses, speak to the administration, identify the problems, fix those particular problems before you go and build other hospitals. Because what will happen, Madam Speaker, is that they will give the attention to all the new hospitals and forget what is existing. And it will repeat itself over and over and over. This government has not done anything whatsoever to improve the healthcare system in Trinidad and Tobago. They have done nothing. My friend from Caroni East in his last budget presentation went through ad nauseum some of the issues that is facing and plaguing the healthcare system. Look, for example, I want to go back to that issue with the cath lab. Because, Madam Speaker, they are spending their money on this particular cath lab, and that has been promised since, I believe, 2016, budget 2016. We are now in budget going into budget 2025. And they didn't buy a brick, a bag of cement, or a shovel for that cath lab in San Fernando. In fact, I saw my friend, the member for San Fernando West, and the member for St. Joseph went to the San Fernando General Hospital and paint a wall. The doctors and nurses are saying, come and finish painting the wall. I think they only paint a little piece. So it is mama guy that this government is engaged in, Madam Speaker. It is total mama guy. But when we return, Madam Speaker, we will have to build that cath lab because it is on a People's Partnership government and a UNC-led government, Madam Speaker. We have seen improvements in the healthcare system. I can give an example. Look at the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. Had it not been for that 2010 to 2015 government, Madam Speaker, that would have been a building with desks and chairs. People would have been lined up dying. Imagine that entire building is filled with various medical equipments and patients and whatsoever. Where they would have fit if that was not utilized as a San Fernando Teaching Hospital? Where? And that was a brainchild, I believe, of the member for Faizabad when he was the chairman of that SWRHA together with Dr. Munilal, the member for Oropouche East, and the member for Siparia, and Senator Jolene John. And this is the visionary leadership we had for this country, Madam Speaker. For example, Children's Life Fund. There are many children who would have died today had it not been for the Children's Life Fund, where the member for Oropouche East always said that people had to go and sell barbecue and tulum and cake to raise funds for surgeries, Madam Speaker. When the Kamla Prasad Bisesa government, Cabinet Note number 1 of 2010, Madam Speaker, the minute I believe, established the Children's Life Fund. And that is not all. There are legislative problems and fixes within the legislation to widen the scope of the legislation to capture other life-threatening diseases. And again, we are calling on the government to bring those amendments to the Children's Life Fund so more children can access that life fund, Madam Speaker. More of them can access it. That is one of the most remarkable things that our government would have done in Trinidad and Tobago to save the lives of our future, Madam Speaker. To save the lives of our future. Then we have the National Oncology Center.
Honourable Member,
yes, ma'am.
You have 5 more minutes of full time left. You will end at 5:54:05.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Time flies when you're having fun. Madam Speaker, I will tell you, Madam Speaker, within what is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago, the member for St. Joseph has mismanaged the healthcare system that it has now become dangerous for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We are calling on this government to remove the Minister of Health and then, Madam Speaker, remove themselves actually. They should remove themselves also. I have identified several issues with respect to procurement. I've identified several issues with respect to corruption. Sorry, Madam Speaker, with respect to mismanagement with financial accounts in this country within the RHAs. And we are calling again for the establishment of a commission of inquiry to examine all of the expenditure from COVID-19, Madam Speaker. That is what we are calling for. So just like what Prime Minister Rishi Sunak did a couple days ago in the United Kingdom, I also invite the member for Diego Martin West, who may be on a golf course by now, to also follow similar and call the elections now, Madam Speaker. They have proven that they cannot fix the healthcare system or any system in Trinidad and Tobago, and I thank you very much.
Member for Point Fortin.
Madam Speaker, I really like this suit, member for Pushies. Madam Speaker, I thank you for acknowledging me to join this debate. And while listening to the member for Barataria, San Juan, what I picked up on a few things that I think it's necessary that we correct. First thing he would have said is that out of 1.3 million people, the only man that the Prime Minister could have gotten was a member for St. Joseph. But I want to bring his attention to an Express article back in, get the correct date first, September 2012. And just read a little piece of it. A video of a 30-minute lecture, which was uploaded on YouTube on June 28th, sparked controversy as Baptiste Cornelius spoke at length. As Baptiste Cornelius, Madam Speaker, spoke at length about her stint as the health minister and how her friendship with Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar motivated her appointment, and also how she met her husband online. Not my business. He also said, Madam Speaker, that the government is engaged in Mamagai. Being from Point Fortin, Madam Speaker, that big, nice building that I deem the Hyatt, that is not Mamagai to the people at Point Fortin. He also said that the problem is not resources, and it's mismanagement or it's management. And Madam Speaker, in my excerpt here, I would show how well organized and how well oiled the People's National Movement government has been managing the resources in the Ministry of Health and how we have been able to progress this country going forward. He's a batsman. The honourable member also said, Madam Speaker, they should fix the old ones and not invest in new ones. I take offense to that. Being from Point Fortin, Madam Speaker, we have a brand new hospital, and I think the people are getting great service, Madam Speaker. And I will tell you shortly who bring the hospital they'll be in. Hold on very shortly. And nobody on this side, Madam Speaker, nobody on this side, if you listen to what we're debating here, nobody on this side said that all is well and all is great. But what we are saying, Madam Speaker, is that in the 8 years that this government has been functioning in this country, we have taken it a couple steps up and a couple notches up in terms of the healthcare in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to dissect this motion, where it says that whereas it's the duty of the government to provide a safe, reliable, and compassionate healthcare services for all its citizens, and whereas the provision of human resources has not adequately met the demands for the public healthcare, resulting in the patients being subjected to the long waiting times and postponement of clinic visits and surgeries. And whereas healthcare professionals do not have access to the modern information technology systems, lack access to suitable drugs, equipment, and facilities to deliver modern and advanced healthcare, and whereas the healthcare workers have endured physical and mental stress in the delivery of the public healthcare services, be it resolved that this House calls on the government to implement measures to immediately improve the delivery of the healthcare services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to address mismanagement in the healthcare sector. And I don't think that the member for Caroni East is coming from a point of aggression against the government or anything like that. But this motion gives me an opportunity to show not just to the people at Point Fortin, but to the entire country of Trinidad and Tobago, and even the wider nation, even wider nations who take a look at us in the Parliament, as to how our government has been able to function in the last couple of years. And Madam Speaker, it was in 2001. This is my first experience. In 2001, or thereabout, I was riding my bicycle, and at that point in time, Madam Speaker, your bicycle, right? And I was riding my bicycle at that point in time, I was young and aggressive, and you're having fun with your neighbors, and we going along. So happened that I got in an accident. I break my two hands at the same time. So I was slung up like this. And my mother had to carry me to the health facility. And at that point in time, I was wondering, carry my point, carry my shit to San Fernando. And that was the sentiment that we had back in the day, 2014. But from the inception, Madam Speaker, the People's National Movement has played an important and integral role in nation building. And central to that role has always been the healthcare system, public healthcare system. So the substantial efforts that we have made and dedicated towards elevating the healthcare system and services to the citizens is definitely bearing fruit. And as we go into this motion, first, it would have stated what I just stated, provide the safe and reliable. And it's a well-known fact that the PNM government invests wisely and wholeheartedly. During the period of 2001 to 2010, the healthcare sector witnessed significant development and transformation. In 2003, we spoke about the CDAP already. I know I wouldn't want to go into tedious repetition, but the CDAP was formed, which is the Chronic Disease Assistance Program. And this was done to reduce the burden on the dispensaries at the public healthcare facilities. Medication given free for certain diseases, for example, hypertension, cardiac disease, depression, just to name a few. Some other programs also were brought to life around in that period. The adult cardiac program, remember for San Fernando East would have gone into depth with that. The school health program, the medical aid program. Fast forward to 2014, Madam Speaker, and the political leader of the PNM, who was then the opposition leader, Dr. Keith Rowley, said to us in Point 14, he said, put me to work for you, and I will build the Point 14 General Hospital. So said, Madam Speaker, so done. A man to his word. Point 14 General Hospital was built. And a very modern day building, Madam Speaker, multi-story, parking space, state-of-the-art equipment, there's various clinics. And Point 14 and environs being an industrial zone. There's also a burns unit. And I'll give you a quick story about that burns unit. The Point 14 hospital, the new hospital, was actually in discussion for about 2 decades. I was about this high, about 2 feet high, right? I was about 2 feet high. Since I was in here at the time, and I did it to you just now. I have something here for you just now, right? Yeah, at the time, right? Yeah, I will speed up, right? So, so in that discussion, the people at Point 14 was adamant because of Petrotrin and Trinma and Atlantic and the industrial zone in Labrie, that they must have a burns unit. And when in 2014, the opposition leader came to Point 14 and we had the meeting like he had last night, a nice sit down where we discussed issues. President Prime Minister, he would have said he is going to sort that out in the new hospital. And so said, Madam Speaker, so done. So we are dealing with our Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. We are dealing with our Minister of Health, who you can take at their word, right? So the birds unit, Madam Speaker, we have dental, a maternity unit, which is something that we are indeed proud about because it's leading in terms of it's now going to be a breastfeeding unit, and the workers there are extremely proud, and they work extremely hard to ensure that the mothers and the babies who are born in that facility are well taken care of. You know, I recall clearly, Madam Speaker,
he was going very, very well, but if I had given him a chance, you all would have said that I gave him a chance and I don't give you all a chance. So he understands his leader. Madam Speaker, as I move the adjournment, just to let Naparima know that his senior citizen's location has been identified. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 7th day of June, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Madam Speaker, permit me to indicate that on the 3rd of June, 2024 at 1:30 p.m., we will have the Standing Finance Committee meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, two matters qualified to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of this House. I've been informed that there's agreement that these two matters would be deferred. Yes? All right. So, honourable members, as we know, next Thursday, that is Thursday the 30th day of May 2024, we will celebrate both the Feast of Corpus Christi and Indian Arrival Day. I will now invite members to bring greetings on the occasion of Corpus Christi. Member for Diego Martin, North East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As those of us who are practicing Catholics are aware, the Feast of Corpus Christi is celebrated in honor of the real presence of the body of Jesus Christ in the Eucharist. It is a movable feast day. It is observed on the Thursday after Trinity Sunday and is a holy day of obligation in most countries, for Catholics that is. It has a very long, pardon? Oh, take it easy. For those who don't know, the Feast of Corpus Christi originated in the year 1246, when the Bishop of Liège ordered that the festival be celebrated in his diocese. He was persuaded to do this by Saint Juliana, the prioress of Mount Cornelian near Liège, who had experienced a vision. Now, as was just muttered across the floor, it is celebrated by Roman Catholics and other Christians, such as Methodists, to proclaim the truth of the transubstantiation of the bread and wine into the actual body of Christ during Mass. In several countries in the world, and in Trinidad and Tobago in particular, the festival is celebrated not just with a Mass, but also with a procession that carries the consecrated host through the streets as a public statement that the sacrifice of Christ was for the salvation of the whole world. We celebrate in this way in Trinidad and Tobago. And it is a very important festival for Christians. It is a very important festival for those of us who believe that during the Eucharistic ceremony, the host is transformed into the body of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So it is very important for Christians. I am very glad, as a Catholic, as a Christian, that we still celebrate this feast day in Trinidad and Tobago, because the Eucharist forms the core of our religious observance. For those of us who go to Mass regularly, it is the core of the service of Mass on a Sunday or whenever we go to church. So on behalf of the People's National Movement, on behalf of myself, I wish to wish all Christians a happy Corpus Christi, and I wish them well. I sincerely hope that we have a procession this year. It had been suspended temporarily because of COVID and the restrictions and so on. But I sincerely hope we have the traditional procession out of the Roman Catholic Cathedral on Independence Square, so we can all proclaim the truth of the transubstantiation of the bread and wine into the actual body and blood of Christ. Thank you.
Member for Point of Pear.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Leader of the Opposition, opposition members of Parliament, and the United National Congress. I would like to offer our Roman Catholic community and all other members of the Christian community a blessed and auspicious Holy Corpus Christi. The solemnity of the most holy body and blood of Christ, called Corpus Christi, is a commemoration and reminder of Jesus' presence in our churches, hearts, and beliefs. Often when we reflect on the presence of Jesus and his teachings in our life, we focus on kindness, but there is also another important element, the act of thanksgiving. Corpus Christi highlights the real presence of Jesus in the Eucharist, body, soul, blood, and divinity. The word Eucharist means thanksgiving. This Corpus Christi, no matter our respective faiths, let us use it as a time to renew our gratitude to God and reinvigorate our ability to be kinder citizens throughout society. Trinidad and Tobago is at a watershed moment where so many vulnerable citizens are seeking the intervention of those of us who have the power to change their circumstances. From those facing poverty, homelessness, domestic violence, unemployment, mental health issues, and other socio-economic burdens, they need our help as parliamentarians. Let us use the principles of Corpus Christi to rekindle hope in our society. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I too would like to bring greetings on this occasion of the Feast of Corpus Christi. The feast, or the solemnity of Corpus Christi, celebrates the embodiment of Christ's ultimate sacrifice of love for humankind. Taking a moment to consider what the Feast of Corpus Christi celebrates, we can easily comprehend the reasons behind its significance as a devotional event. The actual presence of Jesus Christ in the Eucharist is precisely remembered by the Corpus Christi, also known as the body of the Lord, or more correctly, the solemnity of the most holy body and blood of Christ. The Eucharist, as Catholics know it, is the sacred moment when the bread and wine given by the celebrant priest is transformed for all times into the body and the blood of Jesus Christ through the power of the Holy Spirit. Jesus' sacrifice is reborn in this miracle, which becomes tangible at every celebration of Holy Mass and involves him giving himself completely. Corpus Christi is a timely message of salvation that resonates across all religious beliefs. However, the message of giving completely of oneself, which is intrinsically linked with this feast, must not be diminished. Jesus Christ offered his flesh and blood as nourishment for all men and women, which serves as a continuous reminder of his unconditional and selfless love. Honourable members, in our own way, we are each called to give selflessly and completely. We should all strive to engage in self-reflection and adopt the virtues of gratitude, sacrifice, courage, discipline, tolerance, and production. These values are representative of the threads that unite us as a people and must be ever guarded and fostered if we are to rise above and turn from our carnal ways which afflict our society. Honourable members, it is therefore with gratitude and respect that I say let us now join in marking this important day with the members of the Roman Catholic community. I shall now call upon members to bring greetings on the occasion of Indian Arrival Day, the member for St. Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, May 30th, which is next week Thursday, is the most significant day in the life of Trinidad and Tobago. It signifies that day when we celebrate the arrival of my ancestors and many of our ancestors here, Indian Arrival Day. It is characterized by the journey of that first ship, the Fatal Razak, across the Kalapani, or the Death Water, bringing brave souls to find their destiny in Trinidad and Tobago. Between May 1845 and 1917, 140,000 of our ancestors, my ancestors, came to these lands. Madam Speaker, with boundless faith, Hindus, the majority, Muslims, and yes, some Christians. There were actually some Catholics that actually came from India and found a home in Trinidad and Tobago. Many found their homes in the cane fields. Some found their way as traders, jewelers, business people. But what is clear is that the East Indian presence in Trinidad and Tobago is one that we should celebrate. As a young boy growing up in Caroni, opposite a cane field, I saw firsthand in my youth, 10 years old, the burden of working in those cane fields. When they would rise at 4 a.m., go into the cane fields, and return all blackened with soot. And they came to my father's shop, which was opposite the cane field, to purchase their goods on trust. Today, in 2024, as we move forward, we, the descendants of those 140 souls who saw their destiny with boundless faith in Trinidad and Tobago, can point to the indelible mark that we, the descendants, have left on Trinidad and Tobago and continue to leave in the spheres of education, in the spheres of culture, music, food, dance, business. And now, Madam Speaker, in 2024, our shared destiny is one that we should all pursue with that same boundless faith that our ancestors came with, and will lead to a society where we can all stand side by side, where we all find an equal place in Trinidad and Tobago. Happy Indian Arrival Day. Thank you very much.
Member for Shagona Cease.
Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to bring greetings on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition and my colleagues on this occasion of Indian Arrival Day. To commemorate Indian Arrival Day, 179 years of celebration, we stand at the intersection of history and resilience, reflecting on the profound journey of our Indian ancestors and their enduring legacy in our nation. I am honored on this momentous occasion to pay homage to the trials and triumphs that have shaped our collective identity. Indian Arrival Day serves as a touching reminder of the harrowing experiences endured by our forebearers who embarked on a perilous voyage to unfamiliar shores in search of opportunity and in search of hope. From the moment they set foot on Trinidad and Tobago's soil, they faced formidable challenges, grappling with adversity, exploitation, and discrimination. The trials and tribulations of our Indian forefathers serve as a testament to their resilience, courage, and unwavering spirit. Despite facing many odds, they toiled tirelessly in the sugarcane fields, plantations, and factories, laying the foundation for our nation's economic prosperity. Yet their journey was fraught with hardship and suffering. They endured harsh working conditions and marginalization, yet they persevered, forging a new identity rooted in resilience, unity, and cultural pride. Today, as we commemorate Indian Arrival Day, we honor the indomitable spirit of our forefathers and celebrate their legacy. Their sacrifices have paved the way for future generations, empowering us to embrace our cultural heritage, celebrate diversity, and strive for a more inclusive society. As we pay tribute to the contributions of our Indian forebearers, let us also reaffirm our commitment to justice, equality, and unity. We as a people must stand in solidarity with all marginalized communities working together to build a society where every individual is valued, respected, and empowered to thrive. We in the opposition extend our deepest gratitude to our Indian ancestors for their courage, their resilience, and unwavering commitment to a better future for all of us. May their legacy continue to inspire us as we strive to create a more just, equitable, and inclusive Trinidad and Tobago. Happy Indian Arrival Day to Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, I too would like to bring greetings on the occasion of Indian Arrival Day, which will be celebrated on May 30th, 2024. This year's observance is the 179th year since the first East Indian forefathers and mothers brought a different identity and culture to our shores. Between 1845 and 1917, over 140,000 indentured laborers made the conscious decision to undertake a voyage of the seas from India, all in an effort to create a better quality of life for themselves and their families. Even today, we can relate to that aspiration of improving our quality of life and that of our families. I join in paying tribute to those who took the significant journey, bringing with them their religious traditions and customs, music, dance, fashion, and cuisine, all of which have contributed greatly to shaping our nation's cultural identity. While there may be mixed feelings about celebrating a day which ushered in the inhumanity of indentureship and that experience, it is important that we acknowledge and recognize the hard work and the resilience of the East Indian ancestors. The contributions made by the East Indian community to our socio-economic development, to the forging of the unique culture that is Trinidad and Tobago, is undeniable. Be it from the Office of the President, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Office of the Chief Justice, captains of industry, art, literature, song and dance, all have been touched and fostered by the heritage of and lineage of those who came from India on that fatal Razak. On behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, my family, and on my own behalf, I take this opportunity to wish all of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular the East Indian community, a happy and safe Indian Arrival Day. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 7th day of June, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. All against say no. I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, the 7th day of June, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.